We're going to have the opening, and then I'm very pleased to let you know that the Honorable Coordinator to the Prime Minister on Climate Change, Ms. Rumina Khurshid Alam, will be joining us. We have the pleasure of Mr. Wolfgang Hesse, who will be delivering some opening remarks, and then we have Dr. Abid Suleri, who will be delivering the keynote and special address. Dr. Suleri, we're very grateful that you made it despite your schedule, and it would be great to hear what insights you're bringing from the recent meetings that you have to prepare for COP. My friend and colleague Khalid will be taking you through a presentation on what the agenda setting could be for today, and very critically, what we've learned from COP28 and how we can do things better in the next time. The afternoon through to the rest of the day is going to be a lot of thought work. We have 3 roundtables on very pertinent themes. These themes align very closely to the 2 pillars of COP29, which is enhancing ambition and enabling action. And we all know that enhanced ambition comes from revised, realistic NDCs that take into account the carbon footprint of Pakistan across the 5 key sectors, and then using this as a base to identify where are all of the opportunities to leverage climate finance for low carbon development. This is also the topic of the first roundtable, and we have some heavyweights with us this afternoon who will be guiding the thinking process and helping us come to conclusions. The second roundtable, the second roundtable, session 3, is on the new collective quantified goal. And you will be hearing from, amongst others, Mr. Zonke Kreft, who is a former colleague and friend, very active in the Warsaw International Mechanism and loss and damage debate. Then we have Mr. Ali Toki Sheikh, who has been working closely with the government of Pakistan on developing not just the national climate finance strategy, but he is also Pakistan's alternate board member for the Loss and Damage Fund. And then finally, we saved the best for last. And that session is going to be on adaptation and resilience. And this session is going to be very, very important because here we need to figure out how we're going to take the voices of frontline communities and dovetail those into national climate risk management processes, as well as leveraging international facilities. We will close around 4 p.m. and what you can expect from this event is to see a series of position papers that we will be passing on to the Ministry of Climate Change in the hope of helping them shape their thinking process for the upcoming negotiation. So therefore, we are very excited about the proceedings today, the deliberations, hearing from you, and you also hearing from experts and seeing how and where you can contribute. My name is Sobia Becker. I'm the lead advisor for the Pak-German Climate and Energy Partnership. And before we go into before I invite Mr. Hesse for the welcome remarks, and then Dr. Suleri for the keynote address, I would like to take you through a brief presentation on what the partnership is. I don't think this is working. Thank you. So we can go to slide 2. Or this is working now. It is. Okay, I'm really sorry. This is technology. If we could just maybe go to a slide. Okay, very good. So talking about the type of impact that countries can have at COP20 at the COPs. The Climate and Development Partnership in Pakistan is one such fine example of what unified, joined up global action can do. Because the Pak-German Climate and Energy Partnership was actually formed at COP26. Pakistan has the honor of being the first country where the government of Germany established a climate and energy partnership. And the goal of the partnership is to facilitate Pakistan in reaching not just its Paris Agreement goals, but also the Sustainable Agenda 2030 goals that it has. So we were very, very pleased to celebrate this moment. And as you can see on the picture, we have high-level delegates from both countries who were signing this declaration. Pakistan is one of now about 13 partnerships that we have. There are some partnerships that are dedicated purely to the energy transition, and then you have other partnerships which have a broader mandate, like the Climate and Energy Partnership. Next, please. The Climate and Energy Partnership in Pakistan has obviously the goal of supporting Pakistan with limiting global warming, and that is obviously the broader goal also under the Paris Agreement. But very critically, we also want to support Pakistan in ensuring just transitions, whether they're taking place in the climate space or they're taking part in the energy space. The partner countries, for their part, they set ambitious and very result-oriented goals. And climate action, for example, is highly relevant because we all know Pakistan's very high level of vulnerability that we have, and the floods of 2022 are a very stark reminder of this. We are also very aware, thank you, we're also very aware that climate change is a topic that cuts across every sector, every aspects of economic life, every aspect of social life. And therefore, it's very important that we have a whole of government as well as a whole of society approach to addressing climate change. One of the key things that the partnership also does is engaging this sort of dialogue. We invite diverse sets of stakeholders to join us and discuss relevant issues. So these stakeholders obviously are drawn from our partner ministries, government of Pakistan, national and subnational institutions, but there are also a lot of colleagues like you that we engage with, civil society, think tanks, and academia, because together we need to create the solutions that will work. To give you an example of how the partnership is focused, we have a three-pillar approach. I've already spoken about the political dialogue, and stakeholder engagement is also a very key aspect of we do, because affirmative climate action needs the private sector, it needs youth, and I'm very happy to see so many of our youth activists. Can I see some hands, all the youths in the room? Hi, everyone. So we have youth, and we need to come together and create this energy. The partnership covers the technical and financial cooperation that Germany finances in this country, and this forms the ambit, the backbone for PGCEP's work in Pakistan. These are some of the activities that we have been engaging in the past. And I'd like to highlight also that at this time, we have 26 projects, technical as well as financial cooperation in Pakistan. And this technical and financial cooperation is being delivered by 26 projects. The financial cooperation that we have provides grants and concessional finance to Pakistan for big ticket items, infrastructure projects, etc. And this is done by the German Development Bank, the KfW. And technical cooperation, which is purely grant, is delivered via the GIZ. At this time, our portfolio in Pakistan exceeds 500 million euros, making Germany, if not the biggest, perhaps the biggest donor in Pakistan. This is an overview of the type of projects that we do. All of this information is public access. Feel free to log on to our websites and learn more about the work we do. We welcome engagement. We welcome your interest. So I would invite you to go through it. Some of the very exciting things that are coming up include facilitating Pakistan in developing its carbon market mechanism. We have the introduction of an emissions trading system, and the colleague from SECP, I'm very happy that you're here today. We have climate risk financing, adaptive social protection projects that are being implemented both by GIZ as well as the KFW. I'm going to pause here and welcome the Honorable Coordinator, Ms. Romina Khurshid Alam, who, thank you so much. I know how busy you are. Thank you for joining us. We are looking at how we're going to minimize the carbon footprint of the national grid. So the digitization and decarbonization of the power distribution networks is a project that will speak to that. And critically important is how do we strengthen the National Adaptation Plan? So the GIZ is supporting the implementation to the National Adaptation Planning process as well. This is again a recap of our portfolio, and I will leave it at that. As I said, this is public access information, so please feel free to log on to our websites and access this information. We are always here to answer any questions. And with that, I would like to conclude this brief introduction to the partnership, and I would like to invite Mr. Wolfgang Hesse, Cluster Coordinator, Climate, Energy, and Climate Change at GIZ, to please deliver opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zubia. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Honorable Ms. Romina Khurshid Alam, Coordinator to the Prime Minister on Climate Change. A very warm welcome to this event also from my side. Of course, Dr. Abid Suleri, Executive Director of the SDPI. Welcome and thank you for coming, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. The COP29 presidency has a vision for the upcoming negotiations, that of enhancing ambition and enabling action. As part of its action agenda, the COP29 presidency is leading initiatives to advance climate action and encourage broader stakeholder engagement in support of the COP29 vision. It is my pleasure and privilege to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of the German Development Corporation in Pakistan to this important event. I am confident that the outcomes from today's deliberations will be in keeping with the spirit and vision of the COP29. Just like the two pillars of enhancing ambition and enabling action, policy dialogue is a pillar at the heart of the Pakistan-German Climate and Energy Partnership. By bringing together experts from across government and society, as we have done today, the partnership seeks to facilitate a whole of government and a whole of society approach to better address the impacts of climate change in Pakistan. Germany's commitment to climate and energy initiatives in Pakistan is robust. The Pakistan-German Climate and Energy Partnership represents technical and financial cooperation in excess of 500 million euros. Our development cooperation is meticulously designed to bolster Pakistan's climate ambition by strengthening its NDCs and supporting the implementation of its NAP. Our financial cooperation is pivotal in facilitating a just energy transition, aligning with the goals of the Paris Agreement and Agenda 2030. There is broad consensus that climate finance must be mobilized at speed and scale to effectively limit global warming. Climate targets must go beyond mere documentation. They must catalyze real economic transformation and sustainable development. Madame Romina Khurshid Alam, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the significant progress the climate change agenda has made under your leadership. Your commitment to enhancing ambition and enabling action has unlocked 7.5 million euros in unconditional climate finance for Pakistan. Yes, please. This support from Germany will help Pakistan to abate 1.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. Together, we are enhancing ambition and enabling action. Madam, this is a major achievement of yours and a welcome development. Thank you very much. I commend the MOCC for elaborating the first ever national climate finance strategy. When aligned with the NDC 3.0 and the National Adaptation Plan, this strategy will undoubtedly fortify Pakistan's economy and society. We are steadfast in our promise. Germany has delivered 6 billion towards the new collective quantified goal on climate finance. As a pathfinder country of the Global Shield, Pakistan will be better equipped to protect its vulnerable communities from climate shocks. Germany is supporting Pakistan in developing an emission trading system, ETS, to unlock carbon finance. We recognize that resources alone are insufficient without the requisite skills and solutions. Hence, our focus remains on transferring knowledge, skills, and technology to truly enhance ambition and enable action. With 19 days to go until the COP29, I'm confident that the collective will, concerted efforts, and rich ideas of the climate community convening here today will derive significant progress at home and in Baku. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the Sustainable Development Policy Institute, our valuable knowledge partner. I wish you a successful deliberation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wolfgang, for your kind comments. Abid, may I invite you to deliver the keynote? Thank you very much.
Honorable Madam Coordinator to Prime Minister on Climate Change, distinguished guests, the friends from private sector, from development partner organizations, from civil society, and Sobia Baker and STPI's team who is organizing it. A warm good morning to you, and thank you for having this session. So, in fact, what I'm going to share with you in next 7-8 minutes is certainly not merit being called as keynote address. Perhaps what I'll try to do is to give you some state of affairs where we are today and what we should expect when we leave this room. All of you must have heard of good cop and bad cop. In real life, there are some good and bad cops, but when we talk of climate change, there is no good or bad cop. It is how we negotiate it, what our objectives are, and what are our desirable outputs and results that we want to achieve from any conference of party, which will make us and turn it as a good or bad cop for us. Now, if one looks at the previous 3-4 COPs, the mere fact that COP actually takes place every year, that in fact is a very strong deliverable. One still remembers after withdrawal of United States from Paris Declaration and Paris commitments, most of this climate change agenda that seemed to be fizzling away. And despite it, the European Union and China and rest of the global community, their same action to lead this process and not to disrupt it, I think that in itself is a big achievement. Now, when we know that US is back in game, the previous 4-5 COPs, they had their own significance in their own ways. The COP26 in Glasgow was the first in-person COP which was held while COVID was phasing out and intermittent cases were being reported in UK and in the West. The pandemic, the results of pandemic and the devastation of pandemic that had actually somehow sounded and alerted the international community about how this climate change can go wrong and how the impact of climate change can negatively affect humanity, so that country members, they could start taking it serious. The Glasgow COP was the one where for the first time the word of fossil fuel was used in COP declaration. In the previous 25 COPs, the mention of fossil fuel was never there in any of the COP declaration. COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, I think it had its own significance again because of the debate on loss and damage fund, the role Pakistan played in getting that fund announced, at least a discussion on it, and it was the COP after devastating floods of 2022 in Pakistan, which again highlighted the negative impacts of climate change if it's not addressed. COP28 in Dubai, it started with the announcement of contribution from the host country UAE in loss and damage fund. Although it slightly diluted the mention of fossil fuel, but it said this shifting away from fossil fuel. And now we are ready to go to COP29 in Baku. If we seem that we are not prepared for COP29, host country is also not prepared for COP29. Baku was chosen out of blue to host it. All other host countries, they are given at least 2 to 3 years in advance for all this logistic and technical preparations. But Baku, Azerbaijan was chosen due to Ukraine war, when no other venue in West Europe was acceptable to Russia to attend. So that's where Baku was asked to host this conference. Now, as I said, that each COP and each host country, they try to leave a legacy. The Dubai COP, we know that loss and damage fund, it operationalized, although it's still there, but it's a sort of non-starter. And Ali Tokir Sheikh in the afternoon session will tell you why. But at least UAE contributed its initial pledge, and it is a functional fund now. When we look at Baku, the 6 priority areas that Azerbaijani government have announced, the mention of fossil fuel is never there, nowhere. And that is actually a big criticism on Azerbaijan presidency as well. It is the second COP in a row that is being hosted by a petrochemical state. And each host, as UAE was under immense pressure to do something on fossil fuel, to actually, if not for anything else, but for face saving. Similarly, Azerbaijani government is also under immense pressure to deliver something. Although we don't have this fossil fuel there, but there is a new mechanism that Azerbaijani government has proposed, the presidency has proposed, and that is climate fund for action. And this climate fund for action is actually a fund where petrochemical states and petrochemical corporations, they are asked to pledge money, and that money would be then spent on vulnerable countries and for least developed countries. The controversy is very much there whether this amount should be considered as kosher, whether it should be considered as non-kosher. But the predominant now acceptance and accepted point of view is that just like as in UAE, we had all those petrochemical corporations and multinationals negotiating on table. Here in Azerbaijan too, we should have them negotiating on table, and they should also be contributing towards this climate action fund. The one can disagree with the logic, but the logic is that either you can keep these guys out, declaring them as part of problem, or you can ask them to be part of solution, sit on table, and come up with some tangible solution as well as some tangible money which is required for climate financing now. The second point that one would be expecting where Baku can deliver something is on carbon markets and negotiation on Article 6. Just to keep it simple, as we know that we are entering in an era where carbon tax would be levied in different countries, to start with EU, but also one is expecting in China and USA and UK. So carbon markets and carbon credits, those have become now tremendously important. Now, there is some sort of ongoing discussion where there still there is no consensus on voluntary vis-a-vis these mandatory carbon markets. There is still a controversy on definition of carbon credits. There is still a controversy on whether we can have uniform carbon credit rates or not. And there is a controversy on greenwashing. Some of the steps which are already being taken, whether they should be considered for carbon credit and purposes, or they would be considered as historical traditional steps, and now from now onwards the new steps, those would be considered. So there are a lot of ifs and buts which are being discussed, and the presidency is trying to actually smoothen out some of those differences. Now, what is in it for Pakistan? Pakistan has remained a responsible member of international community. Pakistan has showed its pledges towards major international commitments. And I want to put on record the contribution of the coordinator to Prime Minister since she has joined. We have seen many dead initiatives which are now actually being revived, and Ministry of Climate Change is proactively acting upon it, whether it is the Global Shield, whether it is GLOF, or whether it is many other multilateral and plurilateral bilateral areas for collaboration. Now, one common myth that I want to break before I leave, COPs are not some forums where we will get announcements for financing. COPs are forums where policy decisions will be taken. So in COP29, we are not going there with the expectation that we'll go there and we'll come back and we'll announce X or Y $billion and MOUs or contracts or agreements were signed. COP are the discussion forums where policy matters are discussed and where outlines are discussed, how to access debt funding, how to make debt funding transparent, and how urgently debt funding can be accessed. One is hopeful that there would be some tangible progress, at least on some new quantified collective goals. However, the big question that remains, it's not the announcement of new initiatives. We already have ample opportunities. We already have ample initiatives. It's about consolidation. What a country like Pakistan would not require that another fund is announced and then the existing pledges and existing commitments, they are rebranded and remarketed, resold in those new funds, and that actually becomes problematic. I'll also like to link it with the UNGA and the Summit of Future. So in September, in the General Assembly of United Nations, there was this Summit for Future where two points which are relevant to this forum, those emerged. The first point is that the current international multilateral development partnership framework is failing developing countries and least developed countries. It's on record now that the World Bank and IMF and ADB and African Development Bank and many others, they are unable to actually meet the urgent requirements of developing countries and especially the climate vulnerable developing countries. So there is an emphasis to review it and to overhaul it. The practical steps are already being taken. Right now, while we are discussing this, the autumn annual meeting of IMF and World Bank, they are discussing how to synchronize their operations. For example, in Pakistan, in case of Pakistan, an important development that is taking place is that World Bank and ADB, they are thinking of synchronizing their operations. There would be one lead agency, either World Bank or ADB for a particular project, and both of them, they will try to reduce the burden of compliance and the burden of reporting, just like following the one UN model. And the second important thing in this COP was about, Summit of Future was about climate finance, the assertion and emphasis on enhanced climate financial cooperation, that cooperation would be announced in COP, but how to get benefit of it, for that we have to have our house in order. We have to have horizontal and vertical coordination, not only among and between ministries and departments, but also with the private sector. And we need to remember there is no blank check. We have to come up with the convincing, practical, doable proposals that we could float to these funding avenues and these funding initiatives. And we need to come up with some tangible outputs as well that we will be monitoring. So the journey has started. As I said, for me, the mere fact that COP is taking place amidst all this, whatever can go wrong in the world that is happening, that in itself is welcome news, and we should remain optimistic, and we should participate in COP29 to be a part of solution and to negotiate on behalf of 240 million resilient members of a society who has shown their undeterred resilience against all vulnerabilities, including climate change vulnerability. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Abid, thank you so much. Your words today serve as a North Star for our discussions. Dr. Suleri's closeness to the process gave us some very good insights of how we can orient ourselves. Thank you for that. Dr. Suleri had an urgent appointment, so he had to leave us, but his spirit remains with us in this room today. I would, before I invite our chief guest, I'd like to also welcome Atiq Sab. Thank you very much for joining us. It was such a pleasure to meet you the other day at MOCC. Thank you for being here. Next, I have the distinct pleasure and honor to invite Ms. Romina Khurshid Alam, the Honorable Coordinator to the Prime Minister on Climate Change. Ms. Alam needs no introduction, and what Abid said ring 100% true. So many dead initiatives have been revived. Your energy and your enthusiasm and your commitment is something that all of us cherish. You have restored our confidence, and we're very, very pleased to have you with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Romina Khurshid Alam?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good morning, very, very good morning to all of you. My special regards to our Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Rana Atiq, who's a great colleague and a great strength and great addition to the ministry. Abid Qayyum Suleri Saab, who just left. Of course, my dear, very close friend, Ms. Sobia, and Mr. Wolfgang, and all the worthy panel people who are sitting over here, all the members who are sitting over here. Well, I'm a little bit, it's not I'm going to say I'm confused, but yeah, maybe overexcited. I was not expecting that much, but I was just telling Mr. Wolf that I'm feeling like that today is maybe a Christmas day or a Santa Claus is here who's just giving so many happy candies to me. But thank you very much. I'm really glad and honored that the kind words and which you have appreciated and used for me. And I think it's not anything special I have done. It's my job to do. I think it's all our job to do the best things which come for Pakistan. We should not let them go, or we should not let them hanging in somewhere to get a skeleton. We need to get the process done, because at the end, it's not for someone, it's for all country. And of course, if something best we can do, if let the things can be happen for the betterment that is needed. And I think I'm really glad, Alhamdulillah, Allah has been so kind that whatever we tried along with it was all teamwork, and it will be teamwork. It is the teamwork. And it is very much important, because I believe in anywhere, wherever we work, either it's some institute, ministry, office, home, team, cricket, any sports, anything, the team means a lot. And if we can, and there is no one-man show, it's always sharing, because I believe that from the childhood, everybody remember that we've been taught that sharing is caring. So yes, anything, if we can share, even it's a credit, even it's anything, I think that's the most important thing. Although I don't know what to say, because whatever I wanted to say, that has already been said by Mr. Abid and Mr. Wolf, and of course Sobia has already, she have mentioned, but just few things I just wanted to share, because when it comes to the COP, I just really want to brief in a brief way. I just wanted to share with you all that this time we are trying that, as we have already know that Mr. Abid has put the light on it, and that it's not important that in COPs we can get some. Mostly it's been the idea in other COPs that, everybody is thinking to what sort of a pledge we're going to get. But I think rather than the pledges, to get more new pledges, to get more new commitments, it's better to see before the pledges were being done, where we are standing now. What is happening to the loss and damage fund, and how much the part or the developed countries how much participation which they have, or the pledges they have mentioned, how much they have done so far. And if it's not, why not? Because the V20 countries are, of course, it's very important to know that these V20 countries are facing so many challenges. And this is no more natural disasters. These are all man-made disasters through, like, of course, we all know that the developing countries, the fossil fuel emissions, carbon and everything, we all know that. I don't want to go into those details, but I think it's very much important that now the global community and the developed countries, they should focus more on the V20 country. And with great pride, I want to share with you that Pakistan this time is we are very much working on and plus we have tried to engage, as Mr. Mukhtar Babai, who is the president of the COP, once he came to a few months back to Pakistan. So we tried our level best to engage that Pakistan should tell them that how technically, alhamdulillah, we're equipped, how we can help and support, and not only that, how we are going to move forward for the plans. And in that, of course, Article 6, which is very important, a great low-hanging fruit where we can how we can work. And then, of course, the developed countries, we all know they always put a pressure to work on the mitigation side. But we all know the developing countries, those are the vulnerable countries, we need to focus more on the adaptation side because we have no more choice. We have to focus on that and we need to work on that. And then the most important thing that I believe, and I'm sure most of you will be agreed to that, when we talk about the climate change and the solutions, we cannot mix apples with oranges. We need to think about it that there are regional issues and the regional solutions. How every region, because at the same time when Pakistan was facing the floods, at the same time Africa was going through with the droughts. So, you cannot, this is not a tablet for the temperature or Panadol tablet. Well, guys, I'm not promoting Panadol. And they have not promised, paid me anything. But I'm just saying for the sake of, because we all say, okay, somewhere you have a headache, okay, get a Panadol. If you have a body ache, get a Panadol. So, it is not that. It is more important that if one region is going through with some issue, how that region can be sorted out. And then if another region is suffering from something, how we can gonna sort out that issues. So it is very much important. And then the regional coordination and collaboration is also very important. So the most important thing, which I believe that we need to focus on the climate diplomacy. We need to work on the regional values and strengthening the regional sides. And then, of course, the most important challenges, yes, every time the developed countries, they do talk about the fundings, they do talk about the pledges, they do talk about the funds, but the access towards those funds for the developing countries, it's very tough. The procedural mechanisms are very tough that for the developing countries, it's been, hard to get. So how to make those things easier and how to get them done, that is also something on which we are very much focused and we're working. And then, of course, as I've already mentioned, the initiatives which have been done previously, how we're going to pursue towards them, that where we are standing and how we're going to, work on them. And then, of course, well, honestly, very frankly, I am not, in my personal capacity, as being a climate change activist before as well, I'm not looking for the new commitments. I'm looking for the previous where we are standing, what the pledges were being done, how much we got the success, as I've mentioned earlier. And then, of course, the sideline events, the negotiation, the discussion, the exposure for each other, the exposure for the countries. And Pakistan, this time, of course, we are going to take more lead into one or two more events, which I really wanted to share, that we are going to talk about the climate justice, the judiciary, which is going to be, of course, this is one of the important pillar of any state, that how these developing countries judiciary, or international caucus on the judiciary, should be be constituted, and how it's going to work and how we can talk about that, because these are the challenges. This is because climate change issue is no more a climate change issue, it is a human right issue. It is an issue. In Pakistan, alhamdulillah, one of the country who got in our constitution about the climate change. So I think it's moreover important that Pakistan is this time not going to talk about us, just for Pakistan. Pakistan is going to talk for other also, for the other vulnerable countries as well, for that how we can work. And if you obviously, if some of you knew about me, I'm sure you know that I always talk about the regional value. I do talk about the Asia region, that how important it is for this region to work with each other and to support each other, and to come how we can come out from these challenges, and how we can work. And as these are some other things like which we were doing other than the main most important component. But I just wanted to share that as in a few months back in August, we had one international regional conference, which was along in which the regional parliamentarians were here, in which we got one declaration was being successfully unanimously being passed, that is called the Islamabad Declaration. So in that we are going to launch another one of the project important, which is with the regional cooperation and how we can work with the region, that is called climate gender equity seal. So this is something, of course, we all know that the gender is a very important component. And not only that, another one important thing that I know everybody likes to talk about, specifically when we talk about EU, that they talk about the not only human rights, interfaith harmony, but I believe interfaith harmony is not that a component. We need to talk more about the social cohesions, because every religion have its own faith and everyone have their personal choices. But it's more important that what the religion talk about the climate change. Of course, this is something very important, and how we can take everybody together. And in that, we are going to represent one of the report over there, in which we have get a good data, and in Pakistan as well. Before going, we are going to launch it. So these sort of things which we are working. And on the carbon sector side, of course, we have already discussed, as you all already know about. But to getting back to words, I'm glad to share, and I'm really happy, or I don't want to say that I want to take a pride, because it's not my pride, it's pride of all of you, because this is nothing for me, it's for all of us, it's for generation and for the nation, that if we are talking about the climate, that how we are going to access towards the green climate financing, funding, environmental side. If I'm glad that at this time, the same time, the project of the Global Shield as well, we got a success on that we are moving forward, which was being delayed. And I can see the joy on the Sophia's face, that yes, how much we were, like when I joined, it was a huge, for me, it was a painful thing, that why something which we can easily get success towards it, why it's not being done so far. So today, at the same time, when I'm here, at the same time at PIPS, we are going to have a event for the Global Shield, on which I have to go as well. So it's not, please accept my apologies in beginning, because it's not that I don't want to be here, but today, I think all know that there's so many activities and things in which we have to go, because the COP is very much near. In the end, I just wanted to say I deliberately not talk about the more technical things, because I would really looking forward. I know our officers are coming and they're going to share the things which we are doing. But in the end, I just wanted to say, no one is perfect, no one is complete. I just need your prayers, your support, and I don't mind criticism as well. Trust me. I still remember the day when I joined Mr. Sebastian. He came and we had a little harsh discussion where he was also disappointed and I was little tense as well. But where there's a will, there is a way. So thanks to God that no matter how many hurdles were there, but I'm glad that at the end, with the efforts of my ministerial support, the support from the SOBIA and from the GIZ and all, we have achieved. So far more to go, and sky is the limit. So wish you all the good luck, needs your prayers and support. Anything if come up to your mind, and I would looking forward for the end, the suggestions and the recommendations. Have a great day, and thank you once again for appreciating my work. Thank you. God bless you.
Romina, thank you so much for these wonderful words. climate change is a human rights issue, and we welcome the insertion of Article 9A in the Constitution of Pakistan that declares climate and a healthy environment as a basic human right. So I think round of applause for that is maybe. You mentioned a couple of points, and I'm pleased to also then reiterate that Germany has remained very steadfast in its commitment. We have put up 6 billion euros to the NCQG. You mentioned the Global Shield. Germany is the single biggest donor to the Global Shield, and Pakistan is a pathfinder country. We congratulate the government of Pakistan on that as well. And we have the Climate and Energy Partnership, which exceeds 500 million euros. And Pakistan has also been nominated as a champion for green skills. So this is another human capital development. So we are by your side. We are at your service. Thank you very much.
Just one thing, I'm sorry. And then not last but and the least, I am looking forward for more support, but I really want to appreciate and thanks to the government of Germany, the way they are looking forward, and they always been a great friend of Pakistan. Those support a lot on the climate, on all sectors, but specifically, I would really like to say thanks on the climate change sector. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Wolfgang, who makes it all happen. With that, I know you're under time pressure. I would like to invite Romina, Atik, Wolfgang to our Wall of Hope. Please sign, give us your pledge. And I know the press is very keen on talking to you, and then we would be willing to part ways with you. Thank you so much.
If we may also request Dr. Shazia to join us for the Wall of Hope as well. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Shazia is joining us here. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll very shortly be starting a first roundtable discussion on the climate finance to support low carbon development. We do have a 5 minute break. If anyone has not signed the wall of hope or the pledge wall as well, yeah, please feel free to. And just in the meanwhile, if you want to take any of the tea or snacks from the back, please feel free to do that as well. We'll hopefully be starting in next 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. If I may request colleagues to please, join the seats. We'll starting very shortly. Thank you. Yes, please, colleagues at the back, Sarah, if you can again request the people to join on the seats, we'll be starting very shortly. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us back. I believe it has been a wonderful session and a lot of key pointers coming out of the discussion that we had in the plenary session. So I think perhaps now the idea of the discussion is to sort of get the perspectives of the people sitting around the round table, like what needs to be Pakistan's stance going forward? What are some of the key declarations? Perhaps we definitely don't know all of them, but what should be the stance around the key developments that will be happening at COP29, including climate finance, new collective quantified goals, what should be a stance around the carbon markets, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and especially one of the very key opportunities that we have been leading since 2 years, that is around the loss and damage. But apart from that, one thing I would really request all of you is to sort of make sure that we do need to sort of bring in the communities, we do need to bring in the people at the center. So I think with this, we'll be starting our first roundtable discussion that would be on the climate finance to support low carbon development. And we are very pleased to have been joined by a distinguished panelist, including Mr. S.N. Kamran, who is a member of Prime Minister's Committee on Climate Finance and Climate Change, Pakistan. Dr. Fahad Saeed, he's a senior climate scientist at Climate Analytics. Mr. Sohail Malik, who's a technical team lead at Climate Resourcing Coordination Center. Dr. Khalid Walid, who's a fellow at SDPI, and will also very shortly be joined by a colleague from Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination. But along with these speakers, will also be requesting the colleagues sitting around the round table to give your interventions as well. We do have some of the very senior colleagues from the SDG Academy. We do have Moaz Shah Saab from the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development. So we'll also be requesting the colleagues to sort of give their interventions as well, because just like I think what Ms. Sobia mentioned at the very start, what we're going to do is to sort of formulate your suggestions, your recommendation into a policy document that will be potentially guiding the Pakistan government of Pakistan stance at COP29. So just sort of understanding those as well. But I think before going into the discussion at hand, before going to Dr. Fahad for his presentation, let me invite Dr. Khalid Walid for setting the scene of this panel discussion and through his presentation on learnings from COP28 and informing COP29. So with this, if I can request the MIS team to kindly play his presentation, and Dr. Khalid, yeah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ubad. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining for this very timely, insightful session on Pakistan's climate resilience, road to COP29. What I am going to do is I am going to sort of recall COP28 declarations and how we can inform COP29, keeping economic case, how economics, macroeconomics, and climate are related, and how we can use climate resilience to break this vicious cycle of poverty that development economist and macroeconomist talks lots and lots about it. So way forward for climate ambition and action, lessons from COP28 informing COP29. These were some of the declarations made at COP28 UAE last year. First one was the CHAMP pledge, Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships. This pledge is essentially that how partnerships at different level can enhance high ambition climate action. For example, mayor of one country, mayor of one city from Mexico should talk to mayor of some country in Africa so that we have this multi-level sort of climate action. Pakistan signed this pledge. 71 countries signed this pledge. COP28, again, a declaration on climate finance endorsed by 13 countries, not signed by Pakistan. COP28 declaration on climate and health signed by 143 countries, signed by Pakistan, and so on and so forth. And then very important, global renewables and energy efficiency pledge, where tripling the renewable energy, doubling the energy efficiency pledge was signed. Pakistan didn't sign this. I hope in this COP, Pakistan would sign this one. UAE declaration on agriculture, food and climate, 159 countries endorsed this. Pakistan endorsed this as well. Declaration on gender response, just transition, responsive just transition, Pakistan signed this, very important one. Declaration on hydrogen, Pakistan didn't sign this because this was more focused on standardization and certification. Hopefully by this COP29, Pakistan will sign this one. And lastly, the cooling pledge, powered by UNEP, Pakistan didn't sign that as well. But this time around, Pakistan would be signing a cooling pledge as well at COP29. So these were some of the declaration. Main purpose to show you these declaration was between COPs, between the transitions from one presidency to another presidency, the previous declaration, they sort of disappear or lost in these documents. So we need to keep track of these declaration as well, where the progress has made and where the progress has not been made. So again, in COP declaration, COP28 declaration, it was first global stock take, and it informed us that we are way off our global climate commitments, and in order to achieve these levels that are required to limit global warming by 1.5 degrees by 2030. So what was identified was that we need to have equitable contributions towards global climate goals from all the countries, and we need to have accountability and transparency in global climate pledges, climate actions, and with the help of civil society, private sector, and all the local and subnational communities, governments, so that we can strengthen climate action as well. So what COP29 does is, this time around, it has a fixed objective that it is our moral duty. The word moral is very important to avoid overshooting the 1.5 degrees centigrades. Window of opportunity is closing. We need to invest today to save tomorrow. We need deep, rapid, sustained emission reductions to keep temperatures under control and stay below 1.5 degrees. But in such a framework, in such a manner that no one is left behind, leaving no one behind. So this is the fixed objective of COP29. This is what COP29 does. There is one ambition angle, high level ambition, and then there is an angle to enable action as well. And it recognizes that the critical role of finance is very important in this. If you see this pie chart, you'll see that ambition and actions, there is a gap between equitable finance. And why there is a gap? Because there is a political economy, there is fossil fuel based economy. Dr. Soleri, in his opening remarks keynote, rightly mentioned that 2 consecutive COPs are being hosted by economic countries, but still we need to make it happen. There are differences, there are conflicts, there are inefficiencies, and there is non-alignment of global financial architecture, particularly when it comes to climate finance. So we need to make it happen as well. So this is what today's agenda is all about. We have 3 plenaries, 3 sessions. One is on mitigation finance, this one, and low carbon development. Second one is on loss and damage fund and NCQG. And third one is climate adaptation and resilience. Again, this is a very famous picture. No climate conference would be complete without this picture. What I'm going to show you is this is the global financial climate finance flow. 55% of total climate finance comes from public sector, 45% comes from private sector. This total climate finance, 45% is in the form of project debts, whereas 91% of this total 1.27 trillion USDs flows towards mitigation side, and adaptation resilience is neglected in that way. And that mitigation finance, 91%, goes to 67% into energy and transport. So this is very important to sort of understand what is the flow, and to align your financial architecture and influence the global financial architecture to be more towards the balance side of it. Maybe adaptation finance can be enhanced as well. Okay. Again, mitigation finance, just transition is not just about without revamping global financial architecture. We need to look into loan-based financing, which kills the purpose of climate finance in the times of poly crisis, where there is a macroeconomic crisis as well. Then there is a role of technology transfer, capacity building, and technical assistance, which is vital for labor intensive economies like Pakistan. And then we need to understand these initiatives, very modern sort of things, which we need to make the government aware of these initiatives, such as JETPs, ETMs, coal to clean carbon initiatives, CBAM, so that there is more policy integration. And these jargons can be understood in integral part of macroeconomic planning as well. Okay, this is very important. Let me shift to resilience side. This is a macroeconomic concept known as income hypothesis, life cycle hypothesis, sorry. In a life cycle, when someone is born, there is borrowing until someone gets a job, and then there are prime working years. In prime working years, you save yourself lots of money, and then you save when you are retired. think it as a person, and now think it as a country who is young, whose majority population in prime working years, and that population needs to save so that when there would be more retirement age population, when this youth bulge would get older, then they would have to utilize these savings. But what is happening in Pakistan and developing countries, particularly those who are climate vulnerable countries, these savings are being shaved off due to climate adversities. Particularly if you see that in 2022, Pakistan's GDP was around 300 USDs, 300 billion USDs. At that time, saving rate was 10%, which means 30 billion USDs were the total saving of Pakistan, all the individual, for that particular year, 2022. And in 2022, we all know that one flood caused about 3 billion USD financial loss. So we lost saving of an entire year of entire population of Pakistan. So if this is the condition, this would not break the vicious cycle of poverty. And vicious cycle of poverty is you have low saving rate, you have low investment, low productivity, low income, and low income will leads to low saving. So climate is directly linked with this macroeconomics. So we need to align climate finance with these financial architecture, macroeconomic financial architecture. This is where NCQG is very important. We need to rebuild, strengthen the trust in international climate finance systems. We need to adopt increased solidarity between developed and developing countries at this critical moment for climate finance. How to do it? Make macroeconomic financial architecture in the form of these development banks, IFIs, financial system more aligned with climate adversities and more aligned with climate resilience and action. Last thing, carbon markets and equitability. If you want to bring private sector to it, into it, you want to have market-based solutions such as carbon markets. But these carbon markets, these should be equitable. These should consider equitable development in order. In COP28, there was no agreement on carbon markets because the world is divided into two parts on carbon markets. First are the ones who are advocating more free, I would say flexible sort of carbon market system, that is voluntary carbon markets. The other, they are focused on compliance carbon regime with more integrity and high level carbon trading. So we need to have a consensus how we can use carbon markets for mitigation, for adaptation, financing mitigation and adaptation. Maybe coal to clean credit initiative upcoming, where is gauging its methodology can support retirement of these power plants as well through carbon markets. So maybe carbon markets are the answers, but carbon markets with equitably distributed climate finance and with equitable development would be one thing to consider. And these are my takeaways and pointers for the sessions ahead. First is climate finance to support low carbon development in Pakistan. What we need to do is we need to revamp, realign the global financial architecture for climate justice. We need to have efficient implementation of new collective quantified goal on climate finance. We need to have non-debt creating mitigation financing, which is very important, particularly in terms of poly-crisis, in terms of macroeconomic turmoil that these debt-stressed countries are facing. And then we need to look into technology transfer for climate action, particularly for those countries who are labor-intensive countries, not the capital-intensive. And lastly, inclusivity of COP is very important, particularly in terms of negotiations, decisions-making process, particularly for youth and indigenous communities. With this, I thank you so much. Looking forward to an insightful discussion here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Khalid. Right on point and right on time as well. So yeah, I think Dr. Khalid has very pertinently highlighted all of the key financing mechanisms that we will be seeing being discussed at COP29 as we go forward. But we'll definitely delve into the depths of each of these. We do have a specific session entirely for the loss and damage and the NCQG. But For this one, we're also sort of listening again, hoping to hear more about the non-debt creating instruments that Dr. Khalid talked about. We do have SN Kamran Saab, who will be speaking around the carbon markets point as well. And how should, I mean, the whole point of the discussion is that how should Pakistan align itself? I mean, that's the key takeaways which we'll be having from this session is like, how should Pakistan align itself with all of these developments and how to go about those. So let me now invite Dr. Fahad Said from the Climate Analytics for his presentation that will be around the climate finance, and he'll also be suggesting some of the key takeaways that the Ministry of Climate Change should take this forward for. So thank you so much, Dr. Fahad. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ubaid, and good morning, everybody. It's a privilege to be here, and thank you very much once again for the invitation and to speak to such a learned audience already. Before starting my presentation, let me go on a historical ride of the COP. So you have been hearing COPs and the financing in the COPs. So if you just quickly talk about the history of the COPs, that I hope that most of us know that UNFCCC was created in 1992. And it was not like created at once. There was a history to it, because in 1960s, there was an understanding, a scientific understanding, that the kind of emission we at that time, which were happening in the atmosphere in the form of greenhouse gases, it's going to be lethal for the for humanity, for the globe itself. So it took like, you see, 30 odd years for the creation of UNFCCC. And the first agreement from the UNFCCC was called Kyoto Protocol, which was signed in 1997. If you look at that protocol, it was mostly about mitigation, with the Annex 1 countries held responsible for the climate action. Because at that time, the developing countries were they were not understanding the issues around the climate change. And since the turn of the century, from 2000, developing countries start to get involved more and more. So all the important decisions related to adaptation, all of them came in early 2000s, because at that time, developing countries were getting the grips of the thing which were happening. And it was in 2009 in Copenhagen, where the developing countries realized that, okay, so the developed countries must compensate for the historical emission. They have to come in, they have to chip in, they have to help developing countries because of their, historical emissions, and pay towards this goal of $100 billion per year. So in Copenhagen, that was agreed upon by between the developed and the developing countries. And okay, so now I will talk about this $100 billion goal. So that was supposed to be achieved in 2020, but it was not achieved in 2020. I'm sorry, I'm going to throw some numbers at you, but hopefully those will make sense. I'll present the global picture and then I'll come to Pakistan. So, but that $100 billion goal was achieved in 2022. Total provided and mobilized finance in 2022 was 115, almost 116 billion. Of that, 116 billion bilateral finance was 43.4 billion. So bilateral finance, as it speaks for itself, that it is between country to country. And then we have multilateral climate funds, which is like 3.7 billion. This includes all the funds like GCF, JEF, Adaptation Fund, and the loss and damage is also coming up. That will also be placed under the bilateral, under the multilateral climate funds. The share is a bit limited. It's 3.7, but mostly those MCFs are basically grants and concessional loans. So it has got its own importance. And the funds which are channeled through multilateral development banks, they have got the highest share of almost 47 billion. And then private finance mobilized by public climate finance is $21.9 billion. So that is the whole picture. That Those are the whole numbers. You add them and you'll get a figure of 115.9 billion. There has been criticism on these numbers because the health of the finance was criticized, that most of them are in the form of loans, most of them are focused on mitigation. So in UNFCCC, in the COPs, we have like different kind of streams, work streams going on. So you can criticize those numbers from different directions, but that is the total which is there before you. And this is the schematic, the similar what I've presented, and here you can see the trend. You can see an increasing trend that in 2013 it was 52.4. 2022 we missed the target of 100 billion and we could only generate 83.3 billions, but in 2022 we have 115.9. And what it is, the yellow is the export credit, so that also is counted towards the bilateral funding. Again, what I said, that these figures are reported as providers' perspective and lack information, ground assessment by recipients. Finance delivery is criticized for its quality. Like I already said, that it is like loan dominance, imbalanced adaptation and mitigation financiers, and undefined accounting mechanisms. And of course, the third point is enshrined in the Paris Agreement, because NCQG is mandated by the Paris Agreement, where it was said that the NCQG must start from the floor of US $100 billion and should be greater than the previous goal. So that is one thing which we are going to discuss. Let me tell you another thing. Abid Solari also alluded to that, for example, in Sharm el-Sheikh, we had a COP which was called as Loss and Damage COP. Then in Dubai, we had a GST COP. And this COP is going to be a finance COP. So that's why it has got its own importance. And again, like to thank the organizer for setting up this event to get clarity on these issues. Okay, so if we follow the same trend, which what I presented before you in the previous slides, where we have received $16. So if we continue with the same trends and bringing in the pledges by the developed countries, which are already there in UNFCCC, then the bilateral finance is going to increase by 50 billion. Multilateral climate funds will go up by 5 billion. Multilateral development banks the contribution will go up to 75 billion, and private finance mobilized by the public intervention will go up to 43 billion. So these are the pledges plus the trends from the previous years. So the total provided and mobilized fund would be 173 billion by 2030. 100 billion in 2022. It will go to 173 billion by 2030 if we bring in all these assumptions and the pledges and everything. But what is the need? What is the need? So these are the groups of the countries which have submitted to UNFCCC that what would they need by 2030. So African group of negotiators, they came up with a number of 1.3 trillion. It's a huge number. So in the last slide, I told you that according to the trends and the pledges, we are like going towards 173 billion, but that is what is required. The other group, they call for, according to their assessment, 1.1 trillion. The LMDCs, like-minded developing countries, by the way, Pakistan is also the part of this group, LMDCs, they came up with a number of at least 1 trillion per year. Second need determination report by Standing Committee of Finance under UNFCCC, they came with a number of almost 500 billion. But the independent high-level expert group on climate finance, they came up with a number of 2.4 trillion per year by 2030. So that is what is needed by the developing countries to ensure climate resilient development. Okay, now let me come to climate finance in South Asia. Okay, so global, again, the same number, 736 billion from 2010 to 2021, the same number. I've just accumulated all those numbers, so it makes 736 billion USD. Out of that, the grant share was 231 billion US dollars. So the rest is loan. The grant share is only 231 billion US dollars. So if we take India, so over this period from 2010 to 2021, over the period of 12 years, India has received the total, almost $73 billion. Out of that, 70.7 billion was the total share, out of which 2.7 was the grant share. So India has received, just keep the number in mind, $70 billion. Okay, let's consider the case of Bangladesh. Bangladesh has received $27.2 billion, out of which 3.2 billion was the grant share. So 27.2 Bangladesh. Pakistan received almost half of what Bangladesh received during the same period. And out of which $1.9 billion was the grant share. So that is also a point of introspection. So I mean, of course, recently we have been doing quite good in accessing that finance, but we need to pick up our game when we compare that India. Okay, India is big, 70 billion it received. India is big, but let's take the case of Bangladesh. We have received half of the climate finance which Bangladesh received. So just quickly looking at what is the bifurcation between adaptation and mitigation. So Pakistan received 66% in mitigation and 34% in adaptation. So that is also one of the criticism on climate finance, that most of the climate finance is going towards mitigation, although it should go towards the adaptation which is needed by the developing country. Further details, almost bilaterally, there were 22 providers which provided a finance of 33.76 billion to Pakistan. So biggest source of finance is multilateral development banks providing 10.67 billion USD, 5 multilateral funds, less than 1 billion, or almost half a billion, and private sector investment is very small for the case of Pakistan. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'll just skip this. Again, the loan dominance, which I have also alluded to in my previous slide. So it's the same way of presenting that of the 14.86 billion, the lines here are loans with a much smaller portion of almost 2.27 billion as grants. And the energy sector is the prominent recipient. Of course, mitigation, when it is like 2/3 of the total finance provided. So energy sector is going to be is a focused area where the focus is on the transition to low carbon development, which is also aligns with the global trends. Okay, so I'm coming towards the end of my slide. So yeah, I couldn't see you. Ubad is already standing. So just last two slides. So what are the levers to scale finance? Because 100 billion was not enough. And the need is almost more than 2 trillion. So what should be done? So increasing bilateral finance. So these are some of the options through which this finance can be enhanced. For example, if developed countries scale up their contribution from 0 to 15% per year growth rate from the business as usual amount to double climate finance by 2035, which means that if they increase the share by 7%, then 7% rule take us to almost double by 2035. And if we go for 15%, then we'll get the double bilateral finance from the previous, what I showed in the previous slides, by 2030. And accounting for the efforts of other contributor countries, including the relatively wealthy and high-emitting countries or emerging economies, can contribute to the new goals. So developed countries are also looking towards the emerging economies, such as China, India, Brazil, to chip in for this finance as well. There have been already some of the instruments, some tools. For example, BRICS Bank, their session is already going on at the moment. So they have, like, similar to multilateral development banks, BRICS Bank has can contribute here. Along with that, there is Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and Chinese Development Bank. So the net worth of these three banks is almost 18 trillion. So because the economies, the developed countries' economies are also struggling, but they want to move forward with the multilateralism approach. So they are also looking towards the big developing countries to chip in here as well. Increasing contributions to multilateral climate finance. So developing countries should scale up their contribution to MCFs like the GCF, JEFs, adaptation finance, etc. by 0 to 15% by 2035, including emerging economies once again. Increasing finance from multilateral development banks, better mobilization of private finance by public entities, and raising new innovative sources of finance. So I'll leave you with this slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Fahad, for such giving us up useful numbers and also the suggestions that you highlighted at the very end, or very well noted points. So yeah, with this, let me come to Sohail Malik Saab. He's the technical team lead at Climate Resourcing Coordination Center. And thank you so much, Sohail Saab, for joining us online. He's currently at one of the GCF meetings, and he was very pleased to have joined us. So if I can request the MIS team to kindly display the screen. And Sohail Saab, thank you so much once again for joining us. And I think taking lead from what Dr. Fahad has also mentioned, a major question or sort of the interventions we'll be looking at is how can Pakistan align its climate financing needs with the some of the global financing mechanisms such as GCF to scale the low carbon development projects, and also if you can if you touch upon what are some of the challenges in assessing these fronts and how we can actually streamline this for Pakistan. So once again, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. The floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you very much for inviting me and especially making this provision when I'm at the moment sitting in GCF, attending the GCF board meeting. And it's really, I mean, it's good to listen to the speakers and the mention about increasing contributions to UNFCCC financing financial mechanisms, and also other points which are very valid. So, I mean, Pakistan's the potential at the moment is humongous. I mean, I won't take it from a negative perspective, because if we just look at the Green Climate Fund, while sitting here, I can see many other countries which are much smaller in size, and their needs are also not that significant as ours. We are the frontline state when it comes to climate, I mean, unleashing issues. So events happening in Pakistan, that's, I mean, I don't need to go into details because a lot of speakers know about it and they've touched upon it. But I mean, I would really stress upon using this opportunity to Pakistan to really, I mean, if it is going to be a climate finance COP, I think we need, the first thing to start with is to have a universal definition of climate finance. Because at this moment, there is no one universal definition. The only definition which we really refer to is just a very, I mean, it cannot be referred to, but a UN definition which talks about climate finance being resources and instruments addressing both adaptation and mitigation in simplistic terms. But for Pakistan, what it means is two things. One is that you have to mobilize resources. That is one pillar of climate finance. And the other pillar is deployment. And I think these two pillars are equally important. At the moment, we are giving a lot of significance to raising resources, but we should not lose our sight on the delivery side also, because our delivery mechanisms have to be robust to receive. It's like, if I give an example of a power project, you can produce energy, but if your system cannot uptake it or you don't have the connectivity, what use that power is or what use that energy is. I'm just giving a very simplistic kind of example, but this is exactly what is going to happen if we do not address both the things at the same time. Having said so, how do we use the COP? I mean, raising resources, we definitely, as I mentioned in the beginning, I mean, when I use the word potential, because we are at the lowest ebb when it comes to using the UNFCCC financial mechanism, what to talk about non-UN financial mechanisms like MDBs and others. Because I have, personally, I have serious issues about accounting, about attribution to the climate finance when we come to the MDBs and others, because you can add billions, but is it really, are your systems kind of attuned to climate finance? A big no, because I have worked with MDB for 10 years. And I know that, I mean, you can attribute any, especially as far as adaptation projects are concerned, you can attribute anything to climate finance, but that should not be the case. We are the ones who are really the affectees, and we don't need to pump our chest anymore on that. I mean, we need to really be very clear that even at this moment, the climate flows are at a very, I would say, rudimentary form. They do not really, if I put a very serious test to these flows, I may not be able to even justify 50% of these flows. I may be making a very strong and a very disturbing statement to most of the climate analysts. But I mean, just to justify that we are at 100 billion mark, and then we still see that these climate finance institutions are only giving in hardly 3% or 4% of the total, doesn't make sense. I mean, for example, having worked for GCF for 4 years as the portfolio head, I mean, the main reason for having GCF was on top of all these MDBs. There was, by the way, there was a lot of resistance when GCF was being set up by the MDBs. And why it was formed? Because, I mean, the current or even the past setup of the MDBs were never in line with the climate needs and requirements. I mean, so that is another issue that we may want to really develop on, that we may be doing a cosmetic or I mean, just lip service to this issue by saying that this much of the portfolio is climate finance. But we need to be, because we are at the receiving end, we need to be sure that what we get is a climate finance fund, and not something which comes in as a normal, I mean, development fund. So I am quite clear on the differentiation of development and climate finance. This differentiation needs to set in to our policymakers when they go and have a dialogue, sit across in the COP. They need to be clear on the definition, and I would urge that we use the green zones, the blue zones effectively to display our projects. I think we have a number of projects, even if it comes to carbon, and even if it comes to floods. So we need to be a little forthcoming in telling them that we are not just thumping our chest just like that. We are doing things. And we should showcase and tell the world that we are doing these projects, and take this opportunity of these different forums, or what you call these different, I mean, as you have Pakistan's pavilion, different pavilions. I won't restrict ourselves to Pakistan pavilion only. I would say that spread the word, because we should take the lead in bringing up the voice of the youth, of the people who are left behind. I mean, we are the ones who should not be left behind. When they say, don't leave anyone behind, we are being left behind. So we need to come up and say that we need to come up front. So, I mean, I don't want to touch upon all the figures. I don't have a presentation, but I'm just touching upon the general things, which I feel that COP29, the next COP, being the climate finance COP, gives us an opportunity to talk about both raising the resources and then deploying the resources through, call it debt swaps, call it carbon markets, call it sustainability bonds, you name it. I mean, you have the wide spread open to us, but the bottom line is we cannot afford any more debts. And whatever we do, we should have a strategy of debt neutral approach, meaning that nothing less than blended finance, which doesn't add to our misery of debt buildup. So I would say that any climate undertaking should have this built in, that we not increase the debt of the country. I think I can stop here because I know, I mean,
Yes.
there are many things
No,
on my
no,
mind. I can answer questions if there are any at the later stage, but I don't want to, because I don't have a presentation. So I'm just talking off my head, and sitting in GCF gives me a lot of energy to do that. Thank you very
No,
much.
thank you, thank you. Wonderful, wonderful interventions. Thank you so much, Sohail Saab, and yeah, exactly. Thank you. And so wonderful intervention, and thank you for giving clarity on what needs to be Pakistan's top. And I think taking lead from what Dr. Khalid has mentioned, Dr. Fahad has mentioned, also Sohail Saab has mentioned that we need to go for a debt neutral approach for any of the climate commitments that we again talk about. So that's something that's really coming as one of the very consensus based points from this discussion. So I think taking the discussion forward and moving from also the points that many of the speakers have already highlighted, one of the very key developments that we will see happening at this COP would be around the carbon markets. And we're very pleased to have with us. So, sir, since from our question from you would be like, what are some of the key developments we'll see happening around carbon markets at COP29, and what should be Pakistan's stance around them? Also, if given your experience working around this sector, if you can also highlight some of the gaps which should be addressed for those developments to make a direct impact on the industries or the private sector or even the communities of Pakistan. So thank you again for joining us. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you for having me. Carbon markets is going to play a very important role at COP this year, especially Article 6, because, you know, the old compliance market, which was called CDM, is no longer with us, and there was a lot of gaps in that. They've tried to make Article 6 more robust. Last year, they couldn't come to a decision on it, and hopefully this year they will come to a decision on it, on Article 6.4 especially, which will be a compliance mechanism for governments to trade emissions. A lot of money is being channeled into Article 6 by first world governments. One of the cases you can see is Ghana. Ghana has benefited a lot from direct carbon finance. And as the gentleman before me said, it's not debt, it's actually project financing. Switzerland just invested $900 million in Ghana just to do carbon projects, Article 6 projects, which they require for their own emission quotas. We have been working really hard in Pakistan also to get our policy up and running. We are hoping to launch our policy at COP this year. We're having a carbon event. Our policy is very investor friendly because, of course, it's a competitive market with Indonesia, Ghana, and the likes of other African nations. Our policy will be very inviting. We have opened up all our sectors to be invested in, which will be aligned with our NDCs. And you know, we've seen a Barclays report that this market could be valued at about $250 billion by 2030. So, you know, it's about 5 years, 6 years away. And forget 10%, if you can even get 2% of that, that's $5 billion right there. So we are, you know, working day and night, reaching out to buyer nations, as you call them, who are buyers of Article 6. We're in touch with a few nations. We've written to our embassies also to get us in touch with our relevant counterparts. So one of the key pillars is called a G2G bilateral agreement, which is binding, through which nations buy the emissions of other nations, and then they pay for corresponding adjustments on their inventory books. So it's a bit of a technical subject, but what's important is that if any country or any private entity from that country invests in Pakistan into the carbon markets, not only will they be helping us achieve our NDCs, they'll be investing heavily into technology transfer, into foreign investment, job creation. And once they export some of those credits out for their own inventories, they will be paying us corresponding adjustment fees, which fees will go to into our climate change fund. And with that, we will be doing more climate change activities to lower our NDCs. Already, our NDCs are very ambitious at 50%. 35% is conditional, 15% is unconditional. Um, and we are a very low emitting nation compared to others. So we've taken up a very ambitious target, I'd say. So that shows globally that we're leading from the front in climate change. Um, and a lot of nations will be now looking at through COP to invest in developing countries like Pakistan. We have had significant amounts of money monetized in carbon markets, which people don't know, through the voluntary markets during the days of renewable energy, the CDM days. You must have heard of terms like Vera, gold standard, things like this. But one key aspect for carbon markets is very important for everybody to understand, that there's a global shift. You see, when you talk about renewable energy, that means you're avoiding carbon. You set up a renewable energy project, you're avoiding carbon from emitting because you're burning less fuel. Now, global carbon markets are shifting towards removals. So, to answer your question, what should be our position and our stance? We should heavily increase our knowledge about carbon markets, removal markets, especially CDR, carbon dioxide removals. And there are some great concepts out there. I mean, NRSP has been working on it. I think NUST has been working on it. There's something called biochar, right? So what's biochar? Biochar is you do pyrolysis of agri waste, and it's literally black gold. And what biochar does, it absorbs the carbon. So if a normal avoidance credit price is at $2, $3, $4 right now, a removal credit, like a biochar credit, is valued at $60 to $70 to be sold. And that biochar, when you use it as a fertilizer or as an additional fertilizer for your crops, it increases your yield by 25% of your water retention, your pH level goes down, your yield increases. And then it has other mechanisms also. You can mix biochar in cement to make negative concrete. There's another thing called ERW, enhanced rock weathering, where this basalt mines, they absorb through rain a lot of carbon, and then you can grind that powder, use it as fertilizer also. So two of the key aspects which our stance will be, and everybody should look into, is definitely the compliance, Article 6 compliance market, which is coming up, which at some point will unify with the voluntary market in the coming years, I believe. Just like how crude oil used to be, there used to be like 10 types of crude oil in the 60s, 70s, and now there's one. And the second is the removals market and removals technologies, which can be very helpful for our agri-based economy also. So these are the two main key takeaways I'd suggest at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Jason Kamran Sahab. Wonderful suggestions. So yeah, let me just now invite the co-moderator of this session, Zainab. Zainab specializes in bringing voices from around the round table. So with this, we'll be moving more towards an open floor discussion if anyone of you would like to sort of highlight. So let me invite Zainab to sort of initially pitch some of the questions, and then we'll be taking your interventions around those. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ubaid. And once again, good afternoon, everyone. So I think we do understand the technical realities now, as Dr. Fahad Saeed and Ehsan Saab, they have very aptly, put forward the technical aspects around low carbon development and what needs to be done. So a very straightforward question to the participants sitting here, and it's not just that I am keen to know the response, but I think everybody at the moment is keen to learn how we'll be moving forward with it. So in context of low carbon development, how do you think Pakistan should negotiate at COP29? What should be the key priority or action area where Pakistan can negotiate effectively and, bring forward the finance that is actually required within specific sectors? So I think I'll pose this question to Moaz Shah, if you can respond.
Well, thank you for the question. I am representing the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, which is one of the two OIC bodies that are headquartered in Pakistan. Most of you who are here in Islamabad know of Comstech, which is on Constitutional Avenue, and the Sadr of Pakistan is the chairperson. But there is another lesser known and should be more well known, particularly for Pakistanis, the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, which is headquartered in Karachi. Broadly speaking, obviously the OIC, particularly representing the private sector through the chambers of commerce, we've been discussing Islamic financial solutions to improve Islamic economy. And particularly, we've come to notice that this Islamic finance, and particularly in Pakistan, has taken a very front footing. In fact, you give reference that where we're going to do in COP29. In COP28, there was a company that was showcased on behalf of Pakistan called Vilectra. Vilectra was obviously EV bikes, the EV revolution. As you know, 80% of our consumer base transportation is based on motorbikes. To convert that, we're looking at almost $500 million worth of carbon credits. But how to tap into that? How do you get the common man to come on board? The common man needs financing. He is willing to take, which he's not willing to take from the conventional banks. The frank reality is the ballooning of car financing, motorbike financing, housing financing, all consumer-based financing has been dominated by Islamic banks. The whole hue and cry for the past 20 years of financial inclusion of Pakistanis to use the banking system, and millions of dollars were spent on development projects to do that, were all a failure when you compare to the Islamic bank revolution. Because that was the key crux that convinced people to use the banking. Because when you ask the average Pakistani, why don't you use banking? The common response was because it's interest and it's haram. And when Islamic banks in the past 20 years have developed ijara, musharaka, mudabara, and the various different solutions, that has enabled normal Pakistanis to actually come join the banking system and then look into these type of solutions. We talk about the success of banks, and I'm not here to promote any bank or anything, but the facts speak for themselves. Mizan Bank holds the lion's share in car financing. So how are you going to get these EV vehicles on the roads? You're going to do it to Islamic financing. And that is going to be your partners. In fact, the government of Pakistan right now is in the discussion to launch the green sukuk for financing. And who are they doing it with? The Islamic banks. Your existing 60% loans in this country currently are being given by 25% Islamic banks. And the 40% loans are coming from the 75% conventional banks. As we know, the recent amendment not only changed the climate fundamental right, it also brought together a very old principle that was actually part of the original constitution of Pakistan until it was removed. 38F, the elimination of riba by January 2028. And this is, of course, in line with the Federal Shariat Court ruling that is also to eliminate that. And the bank's on that, the state bank is on that, and the facts speak for themselves. So I think this is something that we need to showcase primarily there. And if you think that this is something that, for Islamic countries or anything that most people that may be surprised here, but the UK, London is the capital of Islamic financing in the world. Why? Because the British, the Bank of England realized the benefit of this to attract financing from the Gulf. London is the capital of Islamic financing globally. Yes. And it's not Pakistan, where modern conventional finance, Islamic financing was born here in 1980 during President Ziaul Haq's time period. But we seem to have sidelined that. Malaysia took the banner, they went forward, and we're looking at $2 trillion worth of sukuk, which the current numbers of ESG sukuk-based financing is 13% of that. When we look at Islamic charitable solutions, and this is something that we're working at the Islamic Chamber of Commerce on green waqf. What is waqf? Waqf is an Islamic sustainable solution that has proven itself for 1400 years. The Waqf of Uthman ibn Affan still to date benefits people in Makkah. Still to date.
Apologies, but if you can please keep it a bit
So
shorter.
what I'm saying is that when you look at Islamic financing, not only as a practical solution for the consumer base, because that's how, like EV as a test case, you can look at Vilectra, you can ask them how the consumer base is coming from. When you look at Waqf Islamic charitable solutions in Pakistan, we're looking at $10 billion annually. If you can create a Waqf mechanism, and we're working on this green Waqf financing, in which people can give their sadaqah and zakat towards species of land that can generate carbon credit. This is a whole area that is not being talked about. And that's something hopefully that I think Pakistan can showcase, because there's a lot of good stuff happening that on this angle, particularly the Islamic jurisprudential angle. And if I can, just on a side note.
Sorry, I would hate to intervene, but I'm afraid that
Sure.
we are running out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your comments. I think that one of the very pertinent issues that Fahad, you had in your presentation, and Sohail also alluded to, was the fact that Pakistan was getting left behind. Fahad, in your presentation, you showed that Pakistan receives only about half of the volume of climate finance that Bangladesh receives. And it would be very interesting to understand what are the factors that point to that, and what lessons can we take from this particular example, and how can we improve it for, say, for COP29, noting that obviously we're not going there for pledges or to secure financing, but how do we stand in better stead? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question, Sophia. And I think that there's no simple answer to that. So our strategy in COP29 should be that we need to engage. As we know that in the group of LMDCs, there are different developing countries, and the multilateralism is also in danger, so that we all recognize, which is the backbone of different processes, whether we talk about IDA, whether we talk about climate finance, and around all that. So we must acknowledge the importance of multilateralism, considering that Pakistan is one of the most affected countries to climate change. So we should engage, we should understand the narrative and the points coming from the developed country, and we need to get it going, you know. And the other part of your question, Sophia, was that why Pakistan has received, there are different reasons to that. I mean, Pakistan hasn't been in terms of investment. In terms of investment to attract foreign investment. Hello, yeah. So the condition in Pakistan over the last few decades hasn't been ideal to attract foreign investors. So that was one of the reasons, because as I showed in one of my slides, that the private sector investment was only $0.001 billion. I mean, it's just very minuscule. So the conditions need to be optimal to attract the investment. So that is the first reason. And while looking inwards, we need to come up with the bankable projects to attract the investment of the investor, of course, not only private, but it can also be public. And again, to access the funding from CIFs, such as GCF, JEF, and Adaptation One, we need to, enhance our capacity to come up with the bankable projects. Especially where one of my fellow colleagues has also said that carbon credits is something we need to enhance the opportunity, to make use of this opportunity, and we need to have a cross-sectoral, cross-ministerial strategy to bringing in all the stakeholders, including businessmen, including academia and the practitioners, as well as the policymakers, to attract that kind of financing.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Fahad. So yeah, just quickly, we just have 2 minutes left if anyone has any quick interventions before I come to our colleagues for any final remarks that they have. Yes, please. But please just take 1 or 1.5 minutes. Yeah, we just need recommendations from you at this point, please.
Sir, I like have a suggestion or a kind of, you could say, it is of course a suggestion. Sir, Hassan mentioned about like biochar. So, what I have seen that in Bangladesh and India, they usually go for like nature-based solutions. When it comes to Pakistan, we are like mostly dependent on quite cost-intensive projects and solutions to reduce our carbon emissions. So that's why I think that the the multilateral forums, they prefer to like fund their initiatives more than ours. So a few problems that I have seen, like when it comes to like biochar during my bachelor's, I was involved in a lab work with my professor mentor, Dr. Mohammad Naveed from University of Agriculture, Faisalabad. He was preparing biochar. He was the only person in our university who was working on it. So the main problem we had, like the complex bureaucratic and official system of Pakistan, that is a hindrance for like attracting investment in such sectors. Like I think there should be a mechanism, just like SIFC, it is working on attracting foreign investment on a few specific sectors. There should be a mechanism for like promoting such solutions, like you just talked about biochar. We were not actually working on agriculture waste. We were working on the organic waste from the municipal waste that has been collected, especially.
Again, if you can just pitch the question, please.
Yes. So I mean, like, is there any progress going on, or I think there should be some kind of like initiative by the government, as you are the member of the committee that is specifically working on that climate financing, to like promote such local solutions.
Yes,
just
thank
like
you.
the biochar.
Yeah, I think the question is clear.
We're working on it. Ji. We're working with the Ministry of Agriculture also to have a trickle-down effect where they can create these programs for farmers and agriculture-based. But very important is funding mil jati hai. You know, you need to be a little. I mean, it's very funny to say, but LinkedIn is a great resource. I mean, you need to run your pilots, right? Biochar, maybe you don't need a pyrolysis machine. There's a thing called a Kontiki method. It's 50,000-60,000 rupees. You can make that and you can make your own biochar. Get some pilots going. It's the world of social media. Start emailing people, cold calling people, and you'll get the funding there. The government is working on it also. That's why we're creating programs, and especially these big corporates where fertilizer companies, and also we're creating programs to trickle it down to farmers, because in the end of the day, they're the end users for forestation, for biochar, for water in rice paddies. So that's all happening. But my suggestion is take a small area, do a small pilot, get out there, get in touch with people, and the world is your oyster. You can get in touch with a lot of important people like that.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. So for the rest of the comments, we'll very shortly be depicting a QR code over here, and then you can sort of scan. There will be a form, and you can leave all of your comments and suggestions around that. But we'll also be having a discussion on the same around the loss and damage and NCQG in the next session as well. So just in the interest of time, we have to go for a break very shortly. Yes, please. Yeah. That's up. Yeah, please.
Thank you, GIZ and Sovia and SGPI. I just want to add here that Pakistan is already been affected from the climate change, and we have seen a lot of COPs before, and now this time COP has been placed in Azerbaijan. So this roundtable discussion is on the climate finance. So I personally believe, being I'm heading chairman Agriculture Standing Committee in FPCCI, and also a central vice president of Pakistan Business Forum. So I'm wearing two hats. So agriculture is my one of the favorite subject, and I'm mostly dealing this sector from the last so many years. So I personally believe that Pakistan needs climate resilient food systems. Because this climate change has affected much our agriculture sector. We have to feed 25 million of the population. So in this COP29, we have to take up such policy before the donors in Baku that Pakistan needs certain financial support to develop climate resilient food systems with the help of international research centers, with the help of our local universities, Because until unless if we can't establish this system, Pakistan have to suffer a lot. Because if we have to, if our agriculture sector is going down through climate change, we have seen that every year our wheat crop has been affected to somehow. This time, our cotton crop has very much affected in the province of Sindh. So our import bill has to be increased if we can't stop this. We have to develop new varieties who can mitigate the effects of the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So let me just all very well noted points, and let me just now come to Ms. Sobia for her final interventions, if she has any before we close the session. Then yeah, I think thank you so much, everyone. Dr. Khalid, would you like to add on to any last points? Yeah, all good. Then perhaps we can go to the break, and again, just to sort of mention that we'll very shortly depicting a QR code here. And any of you have any further suggestions for this particular panel, you can also leave the comments and suggestions over there as well. So yeah, we'll be reconvening after 45 minutes at 1:15, where we start the next two wonderful discussions around the loss and damage and CQG, and then we'll have another roundtable on the climate resilience and adaptation as well. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, I believe you can join us for the lunch. Yeah, it's served at the back. Yeah. Missed the main point, I guess, perhaps. Yeah.
pre-COP event, which is being organized by Park German Climate and Energy Partnership and SDPI. So I think this is the right time when COP29 is just around the corner. Although this dialogue is not just the first of its kind, PGCEP has been doing a lot of dialogues and debates throughout the year. And this is a sort of, conclusion on how things should be formalized, and especially what should be the position at COP29 in context of climate finance specifically. So because we all understand the fact that COP29 is being termed as the climate finance COP this year. And there are so many things that are being expected. They might get materialized in context of climate finance, especially the new collective quantified goal. We are not sure yet what will be happening in context of adaptation financing and L&D, but we have with us our respected guests today who will be sharing their insights, and especially the point on, what can be expected, what they think will get materialized, and how Pakistan should be taking its stance forward. So without further ado, I would like to request Mr. Bilal Anwar, CEO, NDRMF, for his comments in context of this session, this roundtable discussion that we are hosting on loss and damage financing and mechanisms and new collective quantified goal. So my question will be specifically directed towards you being the head of NDRMF and also developing the financing framework for Pakistan. How do you see this NCQG and L&D being materialized, getting materialized at COP29? And what are your hopes and expectations? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much. Thank you, Nazana, for this very specific question, very structured question and focused question. And well, first of all, as you mentioned, so this COP is, every COP is important. It's its own self. And interestingly, before every single COP, actually, when we are preparing for it and the international community is preparing for it, and we actually come up with a number of new kind of a terminology, not new terminology, but a kind of a new ways of expressing the importance and emphasizing the importance of every single COP. Sometimes it's the most critical point in the history of the COPs. Other times it's a reflection point or inflection point. And similarly, the number of the other kind of a technical jargon has been used. So without really denouncing the importance of the COPs, and they all have been actually steering the process forward. They have been pushing the process forward, and that's why we are at a stage. Actually, we can talk and we can talk in some kind of a sensible number in terms of the limitations and the quantitative limitation on greenhouse gas emissions, the targets, and similarly, this has actually translating into the numbers in the climate finance as well. Now, I think there are a couple of kind of scenarios which we need to take into consideration, and I'll be a little bit kind of hesitant to raise a very definitive number in terms of the gaps or in terms of the flow of the climate finance which is globally happening, because of a very fundamental reason that the global community has been successfully shying away to come up with a globally agreed definition for climate finance, and that actually has put us in a situation where the numbers actually varies from, especially for the climate finance flows, the number varies from something around 1.3 or 1.33 trillions and down to around $200 billion. So depends which definition, functional definition you want to take out of the toolkit, and you apply, and you can come up with any number which falls somewhere in between. Now, I think the one way of looking at it is that maybe the number is not important and we do not really have to be too much worried about it. As far as there is this kind of a common understanding that there's a need to be done, and the need is very big. It's kind of a humongous need. And then the other thing is the financing to match up is just not there. We talk a lot about the public finance, the concessional finance, and the non-concessional and the private sector finance. I think it boils down to some things very, very simple, and to the point that whatever number we want to take out of the basket, the number is the amount of the money or the quantity of the money or the capital is not available. Even if we look at it into a kind of aggregate or cumulative fashion, both from the public financing as well as from the private sector capital, which the global community has been able to mobilize. Now, this is a kind of a gloomy picture. This is like a very pessimistic view of it, and it's not driven by the intention that okay, we should say that okay, there is no hope and we should Delhi to ab lut chuki hai, so we cannot do much about it. But I think the one I want to bring an element or a flavor of positivity into it as well. That yes. The one thing is that the targets which we are trying to achieve, which is in the emission reductions or tapping the global temperature between 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade, and then aligning that okay, what kind of climate action need to be triggered out of it, and then actually matching the numbers and come up with some sensible, some quantifiable numbers. So this is what is I believe, and some of the work and some of the development which is actually I'm seeing in the pre-COP. This is also pre-COP in several pre-COP sessions which are actually happening globally as well, but most prominently what is happening in the UNFCCC process. And they are actually reviewing the information, they are synthesizing the information in the climate finance in the new quantified the targets which they are going to be coming up, and then they are also synthesizing the information which is coming out of the NDCs, and then further crunching the numbers out of the NDCs. I think to me that is the most reasonable, rational oriented and a scientific way of looking at it. Anything else is just going to be the hot air which with the passage of time is just going to be evaporating and not really giving us any sensible way of the moving forward. Now, this is a rather long introduction, Zainab, for your very specific question. But I felt the need to do so just to lay out the context and the both sides of the coin, both the pessimistic, but the other one is more slightly more kind of a positive oriented. Now, I think what I believe is some of the information which has been come to the surface and come to the public. What I am seeing is there is at the next COP there is going to be a very, very strong demand, and there is going to be a very strong pressure that the numbers, especially within the loss and damage context, the numbers need to be scaled up, and they need to be scaled up significantly and dramatically. Otherwise, it is going to be very difficult. And I think the developing countries should not leave the corridors. They should not leave the meeting halls without having a very concrete decision on that. Having said that, what is that decision? I think it just cannot be in a definitive term, but it can be up to the level of definity that whatever the amount of climate finance is flowing right now, there has to be 100% or 200 or 300% increase, some X amount of the increase, and a concrete commitment which need to be coming from the developed countries. I think this is something which need to be addressed, which need to be as a minimum, which need to be achieved at the next COP. Now, the other thing is. I think within the loss and damage, I think the one debate which need to be brought back into the discourse, and Sheikh Saab is here, and I'm sure that he's going to be talking either in an agreement manner with me or disagree with me. Either way, it's going to be beneficial for all of us. But I think in the entire debate, in the entire discussion and the negotiations on loss and damage, we have lost quite a fundamental and critical element of it, which was related to the liability debate. I think that is not in the original decision, but that debate has to be brought back in. Otherwise, it is going to be just a kind of a bottomless or a kind of a fund which is not really based on any kind of a firm commitments. There might be some money actually put into that, but it's not really going to be suffice, not going to be sufficient for the needs. So the numbers coming out of the quantified numbers, I think they need to be based on matched up with the climate action, and then some scientific rationale need to be established, which basically shows or establishes how to fuel that climate action, and then the financing need to be brought in a more scientific manner. And I think I personally believe very much that the compensatory or liability or whatever term we want to use, that need to be brought back into the loss and damage debate, because otherwise it's just up in the air, it's hanging, it's not really providing much guidance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bilal Saab. And indeed, yes, we are not very hopeful, but in context of financing needs, I believe Pakistan needs to do a lot of homework whenever we are going into these kind of negotiations. And you're absolutely spot on about that. And L&D, of course, we must not be hopeful about that, not much hopes, but I think in context of Pakistan's own preparations, I believe there's a lot that can be done even now. We have time, and especially with people like you, Taqir Saab, and of course others. I believe you being at COP29 will be a value addition for Pakistan if we are able to negotiate these financing mechanisms. So thank you for that. So before I request Taqir Saab, we have been joined by Soinke. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Please correct me if I'm not. So I request you to please do the scene setting, and also if you can briefly introduce yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm of course very delighted to be setting the scene for this distinct roundtable. I also saw some familiar faces. So I'm Sönke Kreft. I co-lead the Risk and Adaptation Department at United Nations University Institute of Environment and Human Security, and also represent the climate finance and climate and disaster risk finance topic within the institute. And I'm leading an initiative called the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative, which specifically looks into insurance and non-debt introducing financing tools. So I was asked to give a little bit of a scene setter. There was another scene setter before me. Just to say, I think we are looking at a true moment at COP29, but also throughout the year and going forward. And I mean, the challenges are enormous. We basically need to change all aspects of society and economy. That comes with with enormous investment needs. So there have been some figures, for example, to say by 2030 we need to mobilize 10 trillion US dollars, and a quarter of that at least in the emerging and developing countries. And that doesn't take into account also the loss and damage financing needs, which were rightly addressed previously. This is the challenge we are up against. And there are like several processes and important decision milestones this year, specifically at COP, but also going beyond that. And I wanted to have a quick overview on those. Of course, we have the new collective quantified goal. There has been an elaborated process throughout the past 2 years, and including technical expert dialogues, but also engaging the political level, also including at the pre-COP. And we've also seen now the negotiation draft framework coming out. I think the kind of challenges are quite clear. We also don't necessarily have full agreement. There are still quite a few open points, including, for example, on the structure of the goal. Like, do we have like a single goal, or do we have like several multi-layered goals, both of which has advantages but also disadvantages? We're talking also about the nature and also maybe the scope or the thematic of the new collective quantified goals. So, for example, do we have sub-goals for mitigation, for adaptation? How do we deal, or how does the COP deal with loss and damage finance, which is not part of Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, but clearly there's a need by developing countries to have also a quantum on that. There are also questions around, for example, the contributions and the contributors, also whether we are going to tap into the same type of resources as for the previous climate finance goal, or whether we are talking about new sources of finance and instruments. Then also how to specifically go into the needs of developing countries, whether there will be, for example, floors for, and how high these floors will be for, say, small and developing states, for least developed countries, or for other vulnerable developing countries. And then, of course, we also have like other aspects where the new collective climate finance goal might have like a signaling function to other processes, be these in the private sector to private investors, or be it to other decisions in the multilateral space. So many open questions, very high expectations. I think the COP presidency is right to call this out as one out of two pillars for COP29. And climate finance is an important ingredient and to some extent also prerequisite to enable climate action. So this is one of the components that I think needs to come out of COP29 and constitutes the moment I am talking about. The second topic I wanted to quickly say, and that also has been addressed, and I see Ali also part of the room, is the loss and damage fund and funding arrangement, where I think last year we can agree it has been one of the big outcomes of the conference. So we have a fund that needs to be fully operationalized. We have some pledges. These pledges also need to be turned into full pledges this year, and the conditions for that need to be met. But they are also by no means enough to the different needs that we can establish. So, I mean, there are definitely different figures flying around, but we can fully agree that just about 600 million is not going to be enough even for individual countries, let alone for a global fund. So this is a little bit the challenge. The process there this year has been, or the meetings have been very heavily on process. And I think it's fair to say that the board also met the kind of expectations, what needs to be there going into this COP, but at the same time, many of the discussions and decisions on strategy and kind of, for example, also the resource allocation and the programming or the funding approach is still very much open and will not be discussed prior to COP, but also going into the board meetings, the next board meeting and the board meetings happening after that. One topic that is on the agenda is the loss and damage funding arrangement, also part of the leaders dialogue with a mandated event and the forum. And I think that's also an interesting avenue, noting also that Pakistan is already aiming to also be part of the loss and damage funding arrangement, working with different international actors. And so here to basically raise the profile, I think it's also an important outcome of COP29. And then maybe the last point I wanted to say, why does it constitute a moment? There are also other processes outside of the UNFCCC that are relevant to finance climate action in developing countries, such as Pakistan. And for example, we have the topic of reform to the international financial architecture, make the international financial architecture climate fit for purpose. We do have like a new norm setting through the Pact for the Future, coming out of the Summit of the Future, just happening in conjunction to the UN General Assembly last month. And I mean, that debate also constitutes several kind of elements, right? And then there's also a question whether the COP can signal to these debates as well. And I mean, these elements, for example, include how to go about the increasing debt burden, which is also in parts linked to climate impacts. How to deal with that, and a discussion which has become more tricky, and also from a technical perspective more tricky, as we have more creditors, private and public creditors, entering the scene. But definitely a big issue for many vulnerable countries. So that's one question. Then another question is also, how can the investment offering, for example, by multilateral development banks, but also others, how can that be increased? How can we also normalize instruments such as natural disaster clauses in public debt? How can we normalize these instruments? So many questions, but also I would say a very important debate. Yeah, the question is whether COP29 can provide signals into that. The decisions will not be taken in the COP process, but definitely there can be some momentum going out, and then also this transpiring to, for example, the World Bank meetings, or also the other relevant for next year. We have the international fourth international conference for development finance, which is then again a UN forum that will take that will discuss these topics. So these were the three aspects I was thinking about that I would like to see progress on in terms of COP29. And of course, also very much seeing Pakistan voices reflected, which is like one of the momentum bringers also in the process. And yeah, with that, I hope you have very good discussions in the roundtable.
Thank you.
To
Thank
see
you so much.
soon at COP29.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for very important comments that you have made in context of the expectations, and also the questions that you have posed. I believe our panelists will have responses to those questions. So I now request Mr. Ali Tokir for his remarks and also for his technical presentation. And may I please request my IT team to provide the pointer? Sir, would you like to go to the podium, or you can present here? Okay. Podium? Sir, you have to present there. Yes. Sorry.
For organizing this discourse. As far as I know, this is the first discourse in open space talking about these two issues: LDF, loss and damage fund mechanisms, and new collective quantified goals. I'm also speaking for the first time about these issues in public domain, and I've tried to countless presentation I may have given on these issues. I've tried to keep it somewhat relevant for everyone, so that those who do not have a particularly strong background in this, as well as those who are following these issues more closely, I hope I'll not lose anyone. And in the process, I want to thank, first of all, Bilal for setting an excellent stage. And Sonke, I hope you're still connected. And it was very good to see you. I think first time we worked on loss and damage issues was in 2008, when we developed certain methodologies how to measure loss and damage. And we undertook some case studies in Pakistan and several other countries. And Sonke, I have a very fond memories of that work. Now, about loss and damage, let's first know it's a new fund. It took 9 years to Green Climate Fund to operationalize. And this fund was established last year in December. And by now we have appointed an executive director. We have signed an agreement with World Bank to serve as a fund manager. We have signed an agreement with Philippines to serve as a host country. We are in the process of operationalizing the fund, today's topic perhaps. And we are preparing for a high-level dialogue with the UN Secretary General and other key stakeholders to tell about our road plan. We are debating access modalities, who should be able to access when. We are in this process. This is our discussion right now. And then some financial instruments that the fund can possibly use, and what are the funding pledges that we have so far, and going forward, what is our ambition. I'll be a little bit selective from these topics because I have to cover other aspects also. I picked direct access options, that is today's more relevant topic. And there are at least 5 key concerns that have been raised. One is about the direct budgetary support. And the other one is about partnership with accredited agencies. These are the same agencies who, let's say, have already been accredited by GCF. GIZ is one of them. ADB is another one. IFC is yet another one. And then many others. There's no one accredited from Government of Pakistan yet for GCF. So therefore, Pakistan will need to work with those who are already accredited if interested to apply for such financing. And then there is a very strong discussion that, like Jeff, there can be a small grants window, particularly for communities, for CSOs, and subnational actors who may not always have the accreditation process. And then there is, of course, a pressure that there should be a window for fast-track response. Whenever there is a disaster, we should have money, a truckload that we are able to give as a fund next morning. That's the expectation, whether or not this fund can do it. And then opposed to this, there's also thinking that we are about slow onset. And therefore, we have to think a long-term programmatic approach, not project-based or disaster-based response. These are some of the conversational discussions happening. The issue, assuming a lot of Pakistanis are sitting here and interested in how we can access, there's a discussion that maybe there can be a dedicated window, less stringent, but more accessible to reach out to the communities. That's where the first line of climate impacts is. And then implementation should be communities, and that sidesteps budgetary support. There are questions about the accountability and transparency mechanisms may not be in place in every country. And then procedures are very cumbersome. Those of us who have worked on GCF, sometimes it takes probably 8 years to get your proposal approved. And it's very easy, normal, probably for 3-4 years to take. So there is a question, can the procedure be simplified? And it's a difficult question. It's not that you reduce the paperwork, but reducing paperwork without compromising accountability and transparency, documentation requirement. And then there is, of course, trigger-based. Trigger-based is exactly what I told you, fast tracking. Let's say there is a precipitation beyond a certain level in some country, you can imagine. There's a cyclone, you can imagine an island country. And there's a drought in large parts of an area. So these are trigger-based mechanisms that are being debated. I want to get on to the second part of question, which is more of a NCQGs, which is more of a tongue twister. But just wanted to share with you the estimates, I think. Sanket just mentioned a few figures. They are in trillions. They're very, very large sums. And to the extent that I know, I may have missed, Pakistan has not occurred any figure that what should be the size. We don't know the ambition. As far as I know, India has announced its ambition for $1 billion per year. But these are some of the mechanisms that may be potentially available. Now, I'm fast tracking. I hope I'm clear and I'm not taking you in all directions. It's a tongue twister. It simply means that the previous target was 100 billion a year, and that target has not been met. While the world has begun to understand that the need is much bigger, and 100 billion target needs to be abandoned and a new target needs to be adopted. It's more of a wish list that was necessitated by global stock take that was presented in UAE COP. And those who need to fund will have several questions of their own economy, their own willingness, their own, I think somebody mentioned compensation or more deeper challenges also. But what this mechanism is trying to do is to develop the cost of that stock take. What would it take to respond to that stock taking of global challenge? That is the key question. And it needs a figure, and therefore there is no agreed figure. And despite our optimism, some people think maybe it will come in this COP, and many more would think, well, not that easy. Let's rethink. So there's an effort to develop a framework first or concurrently. That framework could enable to develop the target. And the target cannot be static as the need changes from 1.5 degrees to 1.7 degrees to 2 degrees or 2.5 degrees or whatever. Then the framework should have the ability to give a new figure, like an insurance claim. And then it's fundamentally about collective responsibility. The words like compensation, attribution, or retribution are out. Countries like Pakistan and 190 countries have already signed Paris Agreement, and Paris Agreement has specific clause that any support is not based on compensation issues. That debate has been locked. Yes, in the developing countries, we do try to raise that every now and then, but as far as the written word is concerned, to which we are pledged and other countries are pledged, there's no question. And therefore, the new framework is that it's a collective responsibility. Imagine we are on a boat. On one side of the boat, I'm sitting from Pakistan. On the other side, GIZ is sitting from Germany. If the boat is sinking, maybe I'll drown first. But nobody on that boat would be safe. And the most conservative figures that are coming are from $1 billion to $1.3 billion, $1 trillion to $1.3 trillion every year. But on the other hand, the importance is that the gap, this is a fundamental question that I'm restricting. The gap of financing and the needs is huge. Gap should be filled. I just want to give you an example. I don't know how much Pakistan lost in 2022 floods. Can somebody help me? 30 billion, according to our report. 30 billion is more than the total climate finance dispersed from early 90s to now globally. We started off with Jeff. Pakistan has got a large number of projects. All put together don't even amount to 300 million. And the funds that we got from GCF, Pakistan never got those funds. Those funds were got accredited by the accredited agencies. Pakistan is not even an execution agency. So the money never goes to government of Pakistan's account. It goes to the accredited agency's account and they manage. So look at where we are and look at the figures that we are using, and therefore filling the gap based on international finance. This is an example of only one country and only one disaster of them. We have at least a dozen such disasters, from droughts to gulfs that we can mention. There is an emphasis, and therefore, while we are trying to identify, define the gap, it is difficult to ignore where the money should go as a priority. And many developing countries in these negotiations have been saying least developed countries. Countries like Pakistan are saying, well, I may be in theory low income, middle income country or whatever, but my vulnerabilities are very high. Therefore, let's go beyond island nations and landlocked countries and the least developed countries. And therefore, the support for vulnerable countries, even though it's moving to accommodate demands or requests from countries like Pakistan, the issue is not fully resolved. Nor is determined what should be the priorities in action, in which areas, in which society. Now, these are only fictional figures. I have never fascinated because my own absorptive capacity is very limited. As a country, I have not demonstrated a capacity to write a $50 million proposal. For a $5 million proposal, I need global accredited agencies or donors to come and write proposals for me. So even if it's trillions of dollars, my own capacity is very weak to access that. And the capacity is not only grant writing. For spending, you need an ecosystem whereby you can spend money. We cannot spend money. And our spending capacity, if you want me to illustrate only by one example, the throw forward of the planning commission's unfinished project is about 1,300 projects, and it is about 18 trillion rupees. And meaning by that, even if for next 10 years we don't design any new project, try to finish, we still cannot finish the backlog. And I challenge, there is no project in Pakistan that finishes on time. There are always cost overruns. Therefore, you can set ambitious target. That's not the moot point to negotiate, even though it's an important point to negotiate. Flows is important. Even if GCF operates as $50 million, do the analysis and find out where the flows are going. And flowings are not going to least developed countries, landlocked countries, or less prepared countries like Pakistan. The flows are not coming to developing countries with the same speed. Quality of financial instruments need to be augmented, strengthened, enhanced, mainstream. There are many, many challenges with that. And dynamic word means that the data lines will change. Even if it's 1 trillion today, maybe 5 years' time, it will be some other figure. Now, I want to take you, these are some of the, I used the word instruments in the previous slide. Did I? Quality of financial institutions. These are the institutions that are being discussed. None of them are agreed. It will depend on the applicant country, where their preferences are, where their capacities are, where their needs are. But this is, it's a menu card. One blue line tells me that that's a figure or a percentage that the developing country representatives have very frequently mentioned there, that at least half of it should be grants. Do we want it? We want more, we want less. I don't know if there was any process for us to determine whether or not the other side would agree. I don't know. If government of Germany will say that, okay, we'll give you $1 billion, but half of it is free. So that's a very, very big question mark. And then first 2 or 3 are very favorite in Pakistan. We talk about debt swap. We talk about blended or green bonds and others. Last 2 or 3 are not oftentimes mentioned, but they are very much on the table now under discussion. One deals with this payment for environmental services. And the second one deals with the SDRs, special joint rights from multilateral institutions such as IMF and the World Bank and others. The important thing is moot point is, can really the grants be as high in this big target of 1 trillion that we're talking about? Can the world afford that? Developed economies can be willing for that? Can they actually afford that? And the second big question is, assume for a moment, pick any one or two that you like, or your organization likes, or your favorite or unfavorite country likes. Do a quick mental exercise to identify the capacity gap. So even if these were adopted, we will need same accredited agencies. I hope GIZ is not here for only 2-3 years. GIZ is here for next 100 years, till the time we have the capacity to manage such proposals. I want to take you last couple of months. That's not the only capacity gap. There are other technical capacity gaps that I want to draw your attention to. We oftentimes talk about this. Leveraging public and private sector funds. Everybody talks about private sector fund. If I go to Anglo and say I'm building something, I need $10 million. Their language, their timelines, their priorities, their rate of return, and their assessments will be very different. And therefore, this is not an easy issue. How do we leverage from others, donors, and especially private sector? And how do we mitigate financial risks and then enhancing access to finance? Our access to finance is next to zero. Pardon me for saying that. I hope somebody sitting here from Ministry of Climate Change can contest me. We have won 20-some projects from Jeff. All of those projects were developed by NGOs, and the Ministry of Climate Change was only a process manager. That's the capacity that we have. So if we wish to access LDF or GCF or any other fund that may come, doesn't exist. I think German government, I'm looking at, I don't think there is anybody sitting here from GIZ.
No.
But from the German government.
Okay.
Yeah, German government side.
Their bilateral fund, IKI, is more than 6 billion euros. If somebody is sitting here from UK government, UK CIF is about 10 billion euros. We don't even know their names. That's the point. We know the name of Jeff, that gives us 7 million, 10 million, and that too written by NGOs. So I don't need to read the text. Conclusion. This is an apple way too high for Pakistan to jump and grab. I'm very happy and very proud. Pakistan is very actively engaged in this conversation, partly because our MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Office people are very bright, very committed, and they happen to be in important chairs of global negotiations where they can play a role. And they played an important role, from creation of loss and damage fund to bringing the conversation to this level. The things that we are not agreed, and everybody has talked so far, is that there's no agreed target, and it's not very certain that there'll be a target end of the next COP. Also, there's an agreement that developed countries do not want LDF, loss and damage fund, mentioned in these targets. So it is a desire on part of developing countries like perhaps Pakistan, saying that these should be clubbed. And therefore, in my title, I club them as LDF mechanisms and these targets. This is our wishful thinking, but there's no global consensus on that. I hope this was useful. I hope I was able to carry everyone along with me. I hope this should not become overly complex or jargon driven, but it's useful. I want to thank you.
Thank you so much, Ali Taqir Saab. And every time, whenever you're at the podium, we know it's going to be an eye-opener. So it was indeed an eye-opener for us in context of the numbers and especially in context of the practical hopes that we should make when we're talking about the financing schemes. I think this is not just an eye-opener, but also it can drive the discussion and it can also help us in developing a way forward in context of not just COP, but also whenever international finance should be accessed and how Pakistan should focus around, the key priorities and the financing needs. So thank you so much for that very important presentation. Now, my next question is for you, Dr. Shafkat. In context of the overall loss and damage new collective quantified goal, I think one of the key aspects that goes missing even when we are negotiating at COP29 is how the civil society organizations should be able to access that finance, because then there comes the aspect of vulnerabilities of the communities and how CSOs can access those funds and can drive the funds for improving resilience in developing countries. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Zainab. I think after Bilal Saab and Ali Toke Saab setting the scene, and of course, Sonike also set the scene, the debate directly comes that the big stakeholders are the negotiators. And that's why when we have all these processes going, we are now going for COP29. So I'm looking at what civil society actually can push their things. The issue of accessing funds by civil society comes later. Because the scene we have seen and listened to Ali Tokir Saab, he has told about the loss and damage fund, other funding mechanism, and the handicaps. The big countries are not agreeing to loss and damage fund particularly. Your last concluding thing. These are the alarming things based on which I have certain points which actually I have a plan to raise with my network across South Asia, wherever we will be near the negotiator or the lobby groups or, other this room and that room politics. So whatever we would like to push in Baku, I have jotted down a couple of points instead of just, taking up other matters which I already have settled here. So I just will focus on the key asks, what we want from civil society. We have heard all these things. We actually want, number one is that there is a need to reconstruct loss and damage policies beyond emergency relief and recovery efforts. And they should focus on building sustainable livelihood, resilience, housing, and climate resilience essential services, inclusive of all services, because all these are damaged. Because if you look at the recent or the previous impact of climate change, they are devastating for the communities, for the people, and they are beyond repairs. If you look at the funding availability of funding situation, Dr. Saab has given us the landscape of funding and impediments around that and gaps. So that's why first demand we would like to push through the negotiator and group would be on reconstructing the loss and damage policies. And secondly, address non-economic loss damage, which is very important. It's not only the economic things we talk about. So action should include reparation to support well-being and investment in cultural heritage and education, which is not built. We have all seen in our part of the world, in Sindh and Balochistan, we have seen a lot of devastation to these sites and areas where we cannot calculate in terms of economy or the economic losses. So non-economics is important. Third is need to immediately operationalize and adequately resource the loss and damage fund, which seems difficult in this situation, to support flows and frontline communities to help them rebuild, recover, and safeguard their future in the wake of anticipated climate disaster, which we cannot avoid even in the coming future. Fair contribution, that's very important, which we would like to push through the negotiations. Fair contribution from developed countries is urgently required to make immediate and long-term financial commitment to loss and damage fund. Fair is, it's not just 100 billion type of things. Fair is based on the need, assessments, and the capacity of paying, and those who are at the receiving end look at their capacity to cope with this situation. So that's why we would focus on the fair contributions. These steps are essential to narrowing the growing loss and damage financial gap on Ali Tokir Saab has talked about in detail, and ensuring a fair and just response to this escalating climate crisis to safeguard futures. A few of the recommendation on the new collective quantifiable goal, so that we can connect with them also while we will be pushing for our demands from civil society. At the COP in Baku, the new quantifiable goals on climate finance must signify scale up from the current 100 billion annual target to meet the actual needs. As the presentation was elaborately saying that it runs from 1 to 1.3 trillions, or in my figure which I have, it is beyond 1.8 trillion somewhere. So these are the realities which we are facing, and we have not met. At Ali Tokir have said even the realization of the funding so far is not even matching to Pakistan's loss of 30 billion. So that's an alarming thing for us and for South Asia and other countries who are facing the brunt of climate change. The developed countries need to meet an equitable, transparent, and inclusive climate finance goal. Climate justice and staying within 1.5-degree target is critical for global peace and security. That's very important. If it goes beyond, and which is we are looking at the evidence, if we are not doing something tangible or just advising that you do this and you do that, that would not actually a desirable thing. And they should actually look at the commitments made at the Paris Agreement. So we have to recall time and again Article 9.1, so that these countries should realize that these are the responsibilities which has to be met. The COP29 leadership should ensure to deliver a new collective and quantifiable goal that delivers an outcome in line with the financial needs of developing countries. That's important. Now the developing countries also have a responsibility to raise their own financing, as Pakistan is proactively doing it. Some other countries are doing it, but that's not enough. Our resources are limited, and the kind of economies we are running, they have troubled economies. So that's why our efforts and global efforts are needed. That's why in Pakistan NDCs we have clearly said that 35% would be coming from international, from the global commitment, and 15% from us. So that's why we have to take care of, even when we talk about the new goal. The new climate finance goal should be new, fair, need-based, additional, educate, at scale, predictable, right-based, grant-based, or not the loan-based. Now there is a ratio was mentioned that there should be at least 50% grant. Even then, matching to 50% is difficult for the countries, those who are facing these troubles. It must ensure delivery of highly concessional public finance commitment in grants. So mostly the focus is on the grants. Then I have a couple of more minutes. Yeah. Yeah, let me. So some more, on that is that quality cannot be traded for quality. Quantity and quality, we have to achieve both. It should not be only at one subject. Then, of course, clear quantitative and quantitative allocation of overall new climate finance commitments into 3 thematic sub-goals, namely adaptation, loss and damage, and mitigation. And if you look at the Bali framework, the 4th element which is always missing is the technology transfer. We have committed in Bali framework clearly, but for adaptation, at one hand we need finances, at the other hand we need clean technology. So clean technology is not in our hand. It has IPRs, it has the patent claims. If these claims are removed, only then we might be in a position to buy these technologies and use them. So that's why, I would add here the technology part as well. Importantly, the new climate finance goal cannot be seen in isolation, and therefore must also highlight the need for international financial system transformation. It relates to tax and tax justice and climate justice and other jargon we use. So that should be in line with that. With this as an end note, when I look at my struggle with my seniors and fellows on the path of looking at or following the COPs since 2007, when I entered in this area, COP 13 in Bali, which I just referred the Bali framework, since 28 COP 28, whatever we have seen is that only promises that are not even on solid grounds and commitments. So what is that? We have to think. The major issue, which is creating trouble in terms of or adding our troubles, or causing disaster in the climate ambit. That's the fossil fuels. But you see, fossil fuel lobby is leading the negotiations. They try to convince you. To my understanding, and please forgive me if my analysis is going some other direction, but I am convinced that after these 17 years of my association, I have feel that now the only demands are enough. There is a need for class struggle, because climate justice is nothing without class struggle. It's a class struggle. Why? Because there are haves and there are have-nots. हम उनसे पैसे मांगते हैं, उनके पास है, हम वो देते नहीं. उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है, हमें टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए, so we are not getting it. So it's a kind of a political struggle between the haves and have-nots. And without class struggle, I don't think that this will materialize. Things will come up. Another COP will come. Even in this COP, on adaptation, there would be only some advices, and advices on the countries that you make your new national adaptation plan by 2025, some guidance. But full discussion would be in COP 30. So again, we have to wait 1 year. The issue is that we need money more on adaptation side. So that's very important. Here I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shafkat, for very aptly putting into the demands that civil society organizations will be, taking forward at COP29. So before we conclude this session, we have Anam Zeb with us. And Anam, thank you for joining us. You have been working with German Red Cross and, with the frontline communities. So I think my question from you is mostly around, there has been a lot of debate around new collective quantified goal, loss and damage. You've heard Bilal Anwar Saab, Ali Toki Saab, and the demands that CSOs will be putting forward. But also being one of the young activists and also being a woman, how do you see this financing mechanism should be demanded and accessed, especially when it comes to the marginalized communities and how they can get benefit from it? How Pakistan should work towards negotiation and so that we actually get benefit from it. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Zainab. I'd like to extend my appreciation to GIZ and to SDPI for inviting me to be a part of this august panel. Sheikh Saab and Bilal Saab both have been my CEOs of organizations that I've worked with, and I've learned a lot from them, and I continue to learn every time I attend one of their talks. So I'm honored to be a part of this panel, and maybe I can say something that is useful. Just for the sake of brevity, I won't make it a very long presentation. I just have 3 points. The first one is the principle of additionality. Dr. Shafkat Munir has just spoken about it, and this is something that we continue to emphasize. In the past, there are many studies currently as well that indicate that the funding that we're getting for climate change, particularly for climate change adaptation, is most of the time, and an alarming amount of the time, an alarming percentage of the time, is the repackaging of existing overseas development assistance, or ODA. So funds that were meant to come to the country anyway are just now being renamed as being for climate change. That poses a problem because that completely negates what we're saying from the very beginning since the Paris Agreement, that it has to be new additional funding. So if countries, developed countries, are simply repackaging loans or grants and giving them the name of climate change, that is a problem. And that is something that Pakistan has advocated strongly for in the beginning, that it has to be new and additional funding. But in the case of the loss and damage fund, it is even more important because there's a very big risk of humanitarian relief and response recovery funding to just be repackaged as loss and damage funding. As Dr. Shafkat was pointing out, that there's a need to distinguish response funding from long-term loss and damage funding. Since this is the finance COP29, there's a lot of conversation about private sector capital. Sheikh Saab has covered a lot of the financial instruments. There's some instruments that are emerging that are quite interesting. So we've all heard about green bonds, but now people are talking about catastrophe bonds, for example. Back in the day when I had newly started studying this, Article 6 had become a very big issue when I attended my first COP. To this day, there's no concrete conclusion on carbon markets or their operationalization, and that is one of the key pieces of the puzzle. Private sector finance, well, let's all be clear about this, is not going to be very attracted towards adaptation projects. Adaptation projects, anyway, from the total climate finance that flows into countries, forms a very small part. Most funding moves towards mitigation. And unfortunately, a lot of the funding that we get in any country from the 100 billion, for example, 70% was loans and the rest has been grants. This is a really alarming figure. It's contestable, whatever it is, but regardless, the percentage of loans versus grants, loans are always higher. The point that I'm trying to make here is that the current model hasn't worked. And for adaptation projects to be prioritized and differentiated against loss and damage financing, we need to be a little bit clearer about what adaptation entails and what the outcomes are going to be. Now I'm just going to come to my third point, which is about country preparedness. Sheikh Saab already pointed out that we have a lot of unfinished projects. It's not a question about whether we can access the funds. It's about whether we can utilize these funds and spend them when the time comes. He's referenced the existing projects that are incomplete and how much money there is in that. When I started my first job, when I was working with Sheikh Saab, we actually had a study with the United Nations University. This is back when the term loss and damage was not common parlance. We didn't really talk about it that much. It was a much more politically heated topic than it is now. And it was a methods toolbox for assessing loss and damage. Quantifying loss and damage is extremely difficult. How do you quantify and attribute that this loss has been because of climate change versus loss simply because of sociocultural, contextual differences? So until we are able to tune out these finer details, it's going to be very difficult for us to effectively differentiate loss and damage projects from relief and response, from humanitarian projects, from adaptation projects. At the same time, there was also a little bit of a talk about what's going to be discussed at COP29 actually, is the criteria for which countries get to access the fund. So this is one of the key points as well. The criteria at the moment that are being proposed are around 3 areas, which is vulnerability. So how vulnerable is a country to certain disasters, or the frequency and intensity with which these disasters hit the country, that country's greenhouse gas emissions, and then finally the economic standing of that country. How much funding would that country need? In terms of Pakistan, do we even have this data available for the GHG emissions? It's quite outdated. The vulnerability indices that we have, they are also, the data that we require is fragmented. There's a lot of data there, but is it organized in a way that is useful for these criteria? And then finally, when we start coming from a largely NGO background, at the moment I'm working with the German Red Cross. When you talk about financial instruments such as, for example, trigger-based funding, we have many examples on a very small scale of organizations that have done this kind of work. At the moment, with the support of the BMZ, the German Red Cross with the Pakistan Red Crescent Society is implementing a forecast-based financing project in Nowshera. And that relies on triggered data from the Pakistan Met Department. So put very simply, we're responding to the forecast of a disaster rather than to the disaster itself. So you have pre-prepared stocks, you have pre-prepared cash, and when the water level in the Kabul River reaches a certain trigger, that's when that money is automatically released to those communities. That is what a trigger-based funding system looks like for us. The question is, can we scale this up? How do we take these small projects, these sometimes very, very good projects, very innovative projects, how do we take them to the larger scale where they can be implemented at the national level? So it's not simply a question of accessing the funds. Again, I would like to emphasize it's the ability to actually conceptualize projects that will be able to utilize these funds. And I'm speaking from the NGO, INGO perspective. When we talk about the government, it's even more complicated with the bureaucratic hurdles and the impediments that exist for funding to be disbursed. So I'd like to leave you with this. The COP is very important this time, especially as far as the NCQG goes. We're all talking in trillions and billions, but as it has been pointed out by the other panelists as well, the billions and trillions don't really mean anything at the moment until we are sure that they can reach the communities that we are talking about. And unfortunately, at the moment, it doesn't seem like we're very well prepared for that to happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anam. And yes, I think just in the morning, we had with us the coordinator to Prime Minister, Madam Ramina, and one of the key aspects and one of the key statements she made was that we as a developing country will be negotiating based on the principles of climate justice at COP29. So it is quite evident from, since morning we have had a lot of discussion on how the negotiations will be and what should be Pakistan's stance. But one of the key aspects that has been very much there is that we are not demanding aid. And this is not about aid. This is about the finance. This is about the needs. This is about the vulnerability of a country. Yes, as Dr. Shafkat highlighted and pointed this out, that as a developing country, and not just Pakistan, but also other developing countries, we are under debt traps. Of course, geopolitical, socioeconomic conditions are not very good. So climate crisis is an additional crisis to deal with, and we don't have resources for that. So at COP29, climate justice, as Anam also mentioned about certain vulnerabilities, frontline communities, and how scaling up the solutions, that aspect will be dominating the negotiations table. So I think this is very critical discussion that needs to be done. From this panel, I'm very thankful to Ali Takir Saab, Bilal Anwar Saab, Dr. Shafkat, Soenke, he was also there, and Anam, especially you being our female panelist here. Thank you so much for joining us for this session and for sharing very important key takeaways that all of us will be, thinking about throughout the day and also till COP29. So thank you for that. With this, I'll just directly jump over the next session because our panelists have joined us. So this is about climate adaptation and resilience development. We have been joined by Ms. Aisha Khan, and she's the Chief Executive of Civil Society Coalition for Climate Change. Thank you so much. And also Ms. Humaira Jahazeb, Team Lead Living Indus Initiative. We were also expecting to be joined by Mr. Mohammad Farooq, Senior Joint Secretary, Ministry of Climate Change, but I believe he is a bit stuck with some meeting at PM office or at the ministry. So, but we are still waiting. He might join in a bit or two. So now, directly, my first question will be from Ms. Aisha Khan, because not just the CSCCC, but also the Mountain and Glacier organization, you have been working under that head as well. So I think my question is directed towards you. This is about the role of nature-based solutions, and why we have added this question is because in one of the articles I was reading a few days back, one of our neighboring countries, they will be negotiating also based on climate risk insurance financing. And when I see that and when I see Pakistan, we do not have anything around climate risk insurance financing or adaptation risk insurance financing. So we don't have any mechanisms or any position as of now. So with you being with us here today, and also one of the persons who lead the negotiations, my question is like, what is the role of nature-based solutions in strengthening climate adaptation and resilience, particularly in sectors like agriculture, water management, and how can these solutions be integrated into Pakistan's national adaptation plan in practical way? Over to you, please.
Thank you very much. I'm most grateful to SDPI and GIZ for inviting me to be part of this very important pre-COP discussion. This is the time of the year when conversations around climate change become more intense, and we take a deeper dive into different issues and try to analyze, to frame Pakistan's stance at COP. You've asked me a bunch of questions, but before I respond to that, I think since the title of this session is Climate Adaptation and Resilience Development, let me first address some of the issues and challenges that we face in Pakistan as a country, what this COP means for us, and what are the kind of preparations that we are going to need before we talk about specifically a sectoral approach through nature-based solutions, because this is one of the many entry points that we can make to move towards resilience and reduce our vulnerability. I think at this COP, the important thing to remember is that there are two important things. One is the NDC and one is the NCQG that will be discussed. So we have to look at our resilience and our adaptation strategies through the lens of the NDC that we are going to present, which under the 3.0 NDC enhanced scenario will require us to raise our level of ambition. We also have a commitment to the SDGs. And in terms of policy, we have the National Climate Change Policy and we have the National Adaptation Plan as well. So we have to contextualize whatever actions we take, whether they're nature-based or whether they relate to agriculture or sustainable food systems, through what we are going to commit to achieve in the SDGs and through the NDCs. So I think it's very important to approach this in a very holistic manner, stop being delusional about our capacity, and also perhaps stop using climate change as the boogeyman or jump on the bandwagon to blame everything on climate change. There are a lot of issues related to internal governance matters that we need to address. If we truly want to address resilience, one way out is to blame everything on climate change and say all the problems, all the predilections that we face today, all the vulnerabilities are due to climate change. But would that be intellectually honest? I don't think so. I think our problems go way back to the development approach that we have taken, to the governance approach that we have taken. And climate change is not a standalone issue. It's not a standalone governance issue. It is part of the overall governance approach that we have taken that has not taken the approach of equitable sharing of opportunity and resources with everyone. So therefore, we see a great disparity, and therefore we see that we have within the country a north and south, where the rich are responsible for the emissions and the rich are responsible for that responsibility which they're not fulfilling, and the poor are paying that price. So you have asked me about nature-based solutions. I, through my mountain and glacier protection organization, have been working in the mountains with mountain communities for the conservation of nature, particularly the cryosphere, and trying to empower local communities to become the custodians of their own land. So I fully understand what nature-based solutions mean, and the communities also understand what nature-based solution means. The problem is that the pace of climate change has put them at the crossroads where nature-based solutions are slow in giving their effect. they have resorted to gray infrastructure and brown development approaches. So if we want to move towards nature-based solutions, what it means is we have to restore our ecosystems, we have to give nature time to heal, and we have to have a three-tiered plan, perhaps, in which in the first phase we do engage in some gray infrastructure, then we move towards bioengineering, and then we have the plans laid out for the restoration of nature and nature-based solutions that will eventually pick up in the next 5 to 10 years. But meanwhile, the communities, the disasters that they're facing, the hardships that they're facing, they cannot have the coping capacity to respond purely through nature-based solutions. So we have to move towards a transition approach in which we provide them with guidance, we provide them with help, we provide them with support. For the NCQGs in Baku, I think it must be very clear that NCQG must have enough money within it for a fair, we have used the word at the global stocktake, just, equitable, and orderly. So to be fair, it must have enough resources to provide a fair phase out of fossil fuels in a way that is affordable, accessible, for the development of renewable energy for everyone. And for that, we need political build-up. In Pakistan right now, we need to be engaging already with all the different parties and stakeholders to create that political momentum that will, ahead of COP, create the agreement to contribute towards the NCQGs in ways that provides better financial opportunities. For communities that I was mentioning, I would just like to wind up here by saying that what we lack perhaps in moving towards any kind of policy approaches is co-creation, is consultation, is building consensus. Therefore, all the policies that you see in Pakistan and within the National Climate Change Policy, within the National Adaptation Plan, you will see targets that have been set for nature-based solutions, for moving towards a green economy and a green ecology. But the follow-up that is necessary is not there. You cannot have a country with a low human capital index as we have respond to these challenges. In the recent gender parity report, Pakistan has come at 145 out of 146 countries. So where half the population in a country is women and you are so low in your ranking, you cannot expect to move forward and achieve those targets. Because for green ecologies, green economies, rural economies like of Pakistan, agriculture that you mentioned on which Pakistan relies for most of its GDP, women play a very important role. So we need to incorporate gender and provide equal access and opportunity to women across all sectors to ensure that we start moving towards nature-based solutions and we have the human capital that has the capacity. In the previous session, I was hearing that we do not have the capacity to develop bankable proposals. If we do not have that capacity and we are not investing in education, we are not investing in health, and we are not investing in risk insurance, then we are never going to have the coping capacity. We are always going to blame someone else. We are always going to look for external finance, which we know very well is not going to come our way. So this is really like burying your head under the sand to pass the problem on to someone else and feel that you have resolved it by acknowledging your weakness and your vulnerability. So we have to be realistic, we have to be pragmatic, and we have to understand that some problems are our own creation. And even those that are not of our own creation, if the problem is standing at our doorsteps, we have to mobilize and think out of the box, become more innovative, and find alternative pathways to generate revenue to meet the needs that Pakistan needs to address its multiple challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Aisha. And I think this is very important that we need to see where we exactly stand. What are our own self-created issues that have the solutions and how they can be resolved And this is also important in the aspect of the blame game that goes on, especially at COP and even throughout the year. That yes, blame game is there, but that is not going to provide us with the solution unless and until our own house is in order first. So that's very important, and this is also something that we take forward with us when we are at COP29. So it is not, we do not commit anything that's ambitious, rather practical, and rather that is that addresses our needs. In addition to this, also Pakistan and all other countries will be revising the NDCs, and so this debate is also going to be made part of that development. How we move forward with the NDCs, we cannot, commit something that is not practical or ambitious. We have to be very much, focused around our own needs, addressing the challenges, and also in context of generating local financing needs. How much Pakistan is capable of generating local finance? Even now, we do not have the figures. We don't know how much of the local finance was exactly generated, even during floods 2022. We don't have the figures yet. So I think that's where we need to do our own homework. How much we are able to support our vulnerable communities, our frontline communities. If we have the mapping, what sort of indigenous knowledge, as Ms. Aisha, she's the guru of the communities who utilize this indigenous knowledge, especially in the north. So we do know that even in Gilgit-Baltistan, when you are there, there are people who assess the context or quantum of flood based on the movement of ants. Right? If they see ants are moving towards trees and there's a mass movement, they would know that some flood or GLOF is going to affect us soon. So that's indigenous knowledge. We have that knowledge. We need to value it and integrate it within our policy planning and strategic actions. So thank you for the comments, Ms. Aisha Khan. Now I would move towards Humaira, and before that, I also welcome Mr. Qamar Iqbal from Pakistan Mission Society. Thank you for joining us here for this important panel. So, Humaira, my question from you is, especially now you're also leading the Living Indus Initiative and also the National Adaptation Plan. How can we mainstream this climate resilience into our national development policies and infrastructure projects, particularly in urban and rural areas? And especially also, we do know we have national level policies, but if they're not being integrated within provinces and at local level, then we are not actually providing the solution and way forward directly to the communities. So what do you think should be the approach, keeping in view the NAP and Living Indus initiative that Pakistan has, developed? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Zainab. And I take this opportunity to thank SDPI, the German Corporation, GIZ, for their support to this very important dialogue. Thanks, Zainab, for the question. And I'm going to be answering more, with the lens of a program coordinator or a project coordinator. I have been leading the Living Indus program that some of my colleagues over here know about. But just a week ago, I've also taken charge of the National Adaptation Plan, from the UN's side. So before talking about any of the, approaches that can be used by Pakistan or by the government or by the UN or all of us together to really integrate resilience into the various policies, I would like to speak a little bit about the challenges that I feel I have, realized over my, tenure over the last 10 years in the development sector, but more so working with the Ministry of Climate Change for the Living Indus program, and also now in this 1 week that I've recently joined the National Adaptation Plan. Yes, Pakistan, has, under the guidelines of the UNFCCC and in compliance through the Paris Agreement, developed in the year 2023 in July, the National Adaptation Plan. It was approved by the cabinet. It is a very comprehensive document and a comprehensive plan that discusses the, 6 to 8 most vulnerable sectors, including agri-water nexus. There's the urban resilience, there's human development, there's natural capital. We're talking about cross-cutting issues like gender, there's DRM. But the question is, the actual question is, how is the Ministry of Climate Change really going to ensure that they work across Pakistan to sort of make sure that resilience and adaptation is is worked on the provincial level or at the local levels, because that is where the problem really exists. So from my study and assessment that I've just recently done, I know that this project is being led by the Ministry of Climate Change. It is the lead authority. It started out in 2017. It's a 3 million GCF project. Unfortunately, so far, we've only been able to spend 10% since 2017. So it's a 7-year duration, but the spending, unfortunately, has been only 10%. So we go around at all levels asking for money, but when it comes to spending that amount, we're really not doing the job well, which then brings me to the next challenge, which is the lack of an institutional arrangement or an institutional setup. I will be talking about the NAP within this project. I know that there's a project steering committee that has been put in place on the document, but from any discussions or assessments that I've made, there's been no meeting yet of that project steering committee, which actually comprises of all the key sectoral departments, across the government. So how really are we using our, our structures, our governance structures to get this work done is a question. So now that I've taken charge, that's the very, the topmost priority that I need to really work around is to get the committees in place, get them to meet, get approvals of those work plans, and then see how we can get the work going on at the provincial, at the local levels, which is where the adaptation efforts are needed the most. So the institutional arrangement or the lack of it or the gap over there is the very important point that I wanted to make. Other than that, of course, there's the financial aspect of it, the financial resources. For example, if we speak of the agriculture department, it must have the resources to really produce climate smart crops. Okay, so that's just an example. But do we really have the finances? Of course, the international climate finance is there, but then there's the question of mitigation versus adaptation. And then there's also the question of, are we really producing all those quality proposals? Do we really have the capacity? Do we really have the human resource? Do we have quality, technical expertise in getting our way around getting or that money or mobilizing those resources? So I feel like financial resources are an issue. Human resource gaps, technical capacities, trainings, all of that is really needed. Then data collection is an extremely important point that needs to be looked at. So we do remember from the 2022 floods when I was engaged on the post-disaster need assessment, and data around gender was one of the most important and the most neglected part within that PDNA. Although I do remember that the World Bank, the United Nations system, UNDP, were working with the government and the NDMAs and the PDMAs, but data was a major issue. So effective data collection and then the monitoring of that data. How do we have the monitoring standards in place? Do we really have these monitoring standards in place? All these climate adaptation strategies that we're talking about, they have to be informed by local data, right? We have to have a good, robust data system for us to be making informed decision. So I feel like all of these are very important questions, and all of these are very important gaps that I really see while I'm working on this project. And this is all that we need to address now. So Zainab, it's a big challenge, but I'm really hoping that bringing together all these lovely partners, we have so much talent in Pakistan. I'm really hoping that I can strategize on the National Adaptation Plan, and we can have a good strategy moving, because we do have the money, like I said, but we're not really using it. We're not using a roadmap. We don't have an approach as such. We really have to work hard over there. So we do have good examples in Bangladesh. We do have good examples. I was going over a webinar the other day, which was, the UN Environment Program had given me a few previous webinar recordings that I was going over. And Bangladesh and Nepal have very good examples of adaptation, and their national adaptation plans are moving much ahead of us. So we can learn from other countries. I don't know if I've answered your question, but these are some of the challenges that I'm facing. Even with the Living Indus program, it is one of the key frameworks of the Ministry of Climate Change. It has won the World Restoration Award. It is one out of the 7 flagships that has won the award. It is a matter of pride, but at the same time, it is a big, commitment that we have to live up to. So are we really ready to do that? The Living Indus is it's an all-encompassing restoration adaptation program, and the ministry can use it really well as their key framework for the ecological restoration of the Indus Basin, which is one of the most important natural resources for this country. We all know the facts and figures, how Pakistan's economy, how its agriculture and all is dependent on it. But really, we need to get our act together, Zainab, and hopefully everything should go well, at the COP as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Humaira. And yes, I think this is one of the most important points, and especially we have a youth representative sitting here that, when we are talking about climate finance, even if we access the finance, where are we supposed to, spend that finance? How is that prioritized? And even if that gets prioritized, what should be the plan of action to how we should be utilizing it? So that's where what Humaira was mentioning, the project development stage comes in to identify and prioritize those sectors where actually financing is needed. And for that, we need to have technical capacities. Although over the last 2 to 3 years, or maybe 4 years, Pakistan has done a lot of work and we have been able to develop a lot of capacities. But still, this is something in which our development partners like GIZ is already contributing a lot in context of skill building. But this is where comes the development partner support in building the capacities within not just the government departments, but also all other stakeholders, the private sector. So we are able to identify the financing needs and we are able to develop the kind of relevant projects where financing is needed. Living Indus and National Adaptation Plan has set up certain priorities that can address major challenges when it comes to taking climate action. But when it comes to developing a roadmap, local adaptation framework, that's where we really need to work hard in order to get it implemented in a fast forward way and in a more practical way. So thank you so much for sharing about the initiatives and what are the key challenges and barriers that we face. Now, with this comes my next question from Mr. Qamar Iqbal sir. So it is mostly related to the capacity gaps in Pakistan's adaptation efforts as a whole, not just only from the government's perspective and from the overall country perspective. We do realize there are gaps and challenges, but what about overall adaptation plan that needs to get implemented that engages all stakeholders, the civil society organizations, the marginalized communities, the frontline communities? What are the capacity gaps that we can address, and how those capacity gaps should be prioritized when we are negotiating at COP29? Over to you.
First of all, thank you very much to SDPI and PGCEP to give this opportunity to be included because we are positioning for climate negotiations and climate diplomacy tables as a faith actor. And because we started our journey from Faith Pavilion that was introduced in COP28, maybe some of colleagues or friends did not know about it. But as it was in Dubai, UAE government take this initiative, and for making it a more inclusive, they established the Faith Pavilion. So we went there first time from Pakistan, and we not only present and build the case for Pakistan, but also we check the readiness of the faith actors in Pakistan, especially in Sindh province, that what is their readiness because from the morning we are listening that funds are available, but the absorption capacity or spending is very low. So we check that readiness. Either the faith actors, they are ready to access those funds and they can utilize those funds simultaneously. So we went there with the slogan of nothing about and for us without us, because we believe that a climate crisis is a spiritual crisis. What we have gained from the previous generations, how we are moving forward and transforming that to the coming generations, it's a spiritual crisis. So if we address it at those levels, then maybe we can overcome some of the barriers and challenges. And according to your question regarding the, as mentioned by the colleagues, that there are many gaps, challenges, but still there are many hopes. Like there are many localized indigenous solutions that have been tested and piloted. We need to scale those up. We need to replicate those up. We can learn from other, countries. Even we have many examples from our own country. Different colleagues have mentioned that different projects. Even yesterday, project titled GCF has approved the Climate Ventures, harnessing the domestic private sector ecosystem for climate action in Pakistan. That is win by NRSP, and one of the private sector, Sarmayakar, is the partner with them. So how it is all about that, how multi-actor, multi-sectoral partnerships we build. We work on those directions to engage more and more actors in it, being the frontliners, how we include the faith actors in it, how we can go more beyond with the more coordinated efforts, because the old narratives will not work for the COP29 and beyond till COP30. We need to be part of new narratives. We need to choose what narrative we want to build on. On one side, we highlight that Pakistan is vulnerable because we are only producing less than 1% CO2 emissions. But on the other hand, some colleague here highlighted, like for methane emissions, we are producing 14% of the global. So how we, we need to build our narrative on the realistic approaches, because only building the narrative on one side will not work. We need to work on the holistic approach. Then we need to work on the regionalization based approach, because it's time to not only work with the multi-actor or multi-stakeholder partnerships, but also at the regional level, what the other countries, how they are coming with their key asks, how we can amplify those voices who are the same voices we want to present and negotiate at those tables. So these are some of the thoughts. And from the faith actor side, we are going with the clear asks. One ask is the adaptation measures, that these include resilient infrastructure, community-based adaptation, insurance, risk education, and innovative financing. Then we're also highlighting that one recommendation from the Faith Pavilion from our session, that will be around the global cooperation, like how emphasizing commitments under the Paris Agreement and principles of equity and justice, because equity and justice is very much important when we want to highlight at the global cooperation level. Then how the diversification of funding, ensuring context-specific barriers, addressing historical injustices, and promoting localized solutions for sustainability of the initiatives. And fourth ask we are putting at that table is inclusive approaches, ensuring that planning and implementation of funding instruments leave no one behind. And ultimately, our slogan is nothing about and for us without us. So we are going with these key asks at the Faith Pavilion, and ultimately, as a faith actor, the journey we started from COP28 to SB60 and to COP29. So we will be leading from the Pakistan as a faith actor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kamar Iqbal Sahab, for sharing the interventions, and also how you will be, taking things forward at COP29. And yes, I think GCF is very important also. Apart from other financing mechanisms, our neighboring countries are doing quite well in that context, but we haven't been able to do a lot. So, but I do see positive side of it as well, that maybe Pakistan, as the momentum is there in context of climate action and advocacy, so maybe we'll see some good results. So thank you, Dr. Shafkat. I'd request you if you can summarize the key takeaways of this session, and then I'll be moving forward to Dr. Khalid and Dr. Sebastian Faust for the remarks.
Thank you, Zainab. First of all, I would like to thank the panelists, Madam Aisha, Iqbal Sahab, and Humaira Saiba. I think the issues around are very clear while we discuss adaptation and development. Madam Aisha has mentioned about gender aspect. When we look around the negotiators and people, those who have access to the lobbies of negotiation, we hardly found in the leading role the women. How can a word be, when the slogan of this year is solidarity for a green world? Which sort of solidarity we are talking about? When, in adaptation, you are not helping people to adapt. It is not their fault to be trapped in this situation. So adaptation, as I earlier said in the session, adaptation demands cost. It need technology. So where from these two things come? That's a major issue which was focused by other panelists. And Umera, you have talked about the Living Indus project. See, if you look at climate change issues in Pakistan, 80% related to the water. And the biggest economy and part of various discussion around Indus has an importance in our culture, in our economy. 9 out of 10 big cities are within 50 kilometers of the Indus. So we cannot forget about, or we cannot just take it as an Indus, living Indus project. This should be a living project for a whole of society. We have to restore our ecosystem. It will take a lot of time when we will be doing some mitigation actions, but adaptation needs first. And resilience to climate change or our infrastructure. If you look at our infrastructures, whether they are resilient to stand against any kind of a scale of disaster, we have seen it. We have seen in 22, we have seen in 2010. These infrastructures hardly stand to these kind of situation, and in future, these things would be more in that way. That's why there are 5 things we have to ensure on the count of resilience. One is the threshold capacity. We have to really, negotiate or tell others than ourselves what is our threshold to adapt, to cope with the situation. Second, coping capacity. How we can cope with the situation when any disaster situation hits us. So that is a point to be ready for the adaptive preparedness for disasters. Third is recovery capacity. How much capacity we have to recover from a disaster. We have seen the latest disaster 2023, where still we cannot claim that we have fully recovered from that disaster. Look at the communities in Sindh, still they are not recovered from that. So that's why another thing is recovery capacity, adaptive capacity. How can we adapt our capacity? We need to assess that as well. And the fifth and lastly, the transformative capacity. That actually require the policy transformation and also the clear analysis at national level, regional level, at global level. Whenever we talk about adaptation and climate change things, that's why I have concluded even in my last session also that when I look at the climate change, it's a class struggle. Again, I will quote here, because someone has to pay for it. Either we ourselves or someone is chipping who have the responsibility. The people who are responsible are not taking care of the rest of the world. So planet is not only for them to enjoy. They have not are suffering. If you look at our people in South, they are suffering because of the 10 big cities in Pakistan. Because much of the carbon emission is from our use of fossil fuel and our use of the gases we emit to our environment. So we have to start thinking from ourselves. So that's why climate change or adaptation is not just a global issue, regional issue, national. It is a local issue and personal issue as well. So we should start adapting ourselves by consuming less things. If we will be adapting to less consumption, even that would be our contribution to the process. So I think there are a lot of good and interesting things here, and hope you enjoyed the session and discussion. Once again, thank you very much, madam. Thank you, Iqbal Sahab and Humera Sahab. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you. Thank you so much. With this, we conclude this session. And so we have had a morning plenary session. Then we had the session on low carbon development, the session on loss and damage and new collective quantified goal. And this last session was on climate adaptation and resilience development. So, Dr. Khalid Waleed, may I please request you if you can share the key takeaways of the entire, summit that we have conducted with the audience, and then I'd request Dr. Paus to conclude, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Zainab, and thank you so much, dear audience. This was a very insightful session. Pakistan's climate resilience, a road to COP29. We had these relevant, insightful three roundtables, including and then started with session one, the plenary session on road to Baku opportunities for Pakistan, which was also joined by the Madam Coordinator to Prime Minister on climate change. The first session roundtable was on climate finance to support low carbon development in Pakistan. What I am going to do is I am going to read this document that has been diligently prepared by the team SDPI and PGSAP. From first session, we have summarized this session in following ways. First is this operationalization of existing initiatives, particularly those have been done in COP28 as well, and taking lead from that in COP29. So it is crucial to focus on effective implementation of previously established climate initiatives rather than pursuing new commitments. This includes ensuring that mechanisms like the loss and damage fund are operationalized to provide some tangible support for vulnerable countries affected by climate change. Second is enhanced climate finance and access. A concerted effort is needed to improve access to climate finance, particularly for developing nations. This involves not only increasing financial commitments from developed countries and multilateral funds, but also ensuring that these funds are easily accessible and readily available. Enhanced cooperation between government, private sector, and other stakeholders, particularly the indigenous communities, is vital to create more coordinated approach and more inclusive approach to climate finance. Regional collaboration and tailored solutions, particularly in the case of developing countries, emphasizing regional partnerships for climate initiatives can lead to more effective solutions. Countries should work together to share resources and expertise, particularly in renewable energy projects, and phasing down the fossil fuel, particularly in terms of economies, those have been dominated by fossil fuels. Tailored approaches are necessary as climate challenges vary by region, and solutions should be adapted to local context. This is very important, that we need to learn from international best practices, but the solution should be local in the local context. Inclusive decision making and stakeholder engagement was the main finding and takeaway from the session one. It is important to include diverse voices in climate negotiations, particularly from those who are most affected by climate change in developing and least developing countries and their indigenous communities. Engaging local communities and vulnerable population in the planning and implementation of climate strategies can ensure that their needs are prioritized. Additionally, addressing issues of climate justice, including gender equity, is essential for achieving sustainable outcomes. So these were some of the outcomes from session one, roundtable one. Roundtable two was based on roundtable two was based on loss and damage fund financing mechanisms and new collective quantified goals. Ali Tokir Sheikh Saab presented a very comprehensive case how to make it more effective. So the summary or the key takeaways are: reform financial architecture for climate action. A transformative approach to the international financial architecture is necessary to mobilize climate finance effectively in developing countries. This includes establishing quantified goals for contributions and ensuring the climate finance becomes a prerequisite for any meaningful climate action. Lastly, efforts should be focused on increasing investment offering that align with future technological advancements and sustainable practices. Then for the loss and damage fund, operationalization is very important. Immediate steps should be taken to operationalize the loss and damage fund with a focus on direct access options for affected communities, establishing budgetary support mechanisms, partnerships with accredited entities. This is very important for the context of Pakistan, and streamlined processes for small grants can facilitate faster responses to climate impacts. A trigger-based funding mechanism should be developed so that in case of some climate calamity, these funds can be mobilized. Addressing climate finance gap through NCQG, this was the main way forward and key finding from this session. The national, the new collective quantified goal should be leveraged to address existing climate finance gaps. This includes setting collective responsibilities and financial framework that support vulnerable nations, enhancing global climate actions, climate financing, and it should be additional to ODA funding that is already available. Equitable contributions and responsibilities. Developed countries must acknowledge fulfill their responsibilities in the context of loss and damage. Fair contribution to the loss and damage should be mandated with an emphasis on addressing non-economic losses as well. Criteria for fund allocation should be considered vulnerability, greenhouse gas emissions, and the economic status of countries to ensure that support is provided equitably and effectively. Here, transparency and accountability mechanisms are also very imperative. Session 3, which just concluded by Dr. Shafkat, was on climate adaptation and resilience development. The key takeaways are to promote ecosystem restoration for climate mitigation. We need to develop comprehensive policies that focus on restoring ecosystems and incorporating bioengineering techniques in agriculture and water management practices. This three-tiered system or approach can enhance resilience and productivity while mitigating climate impacts. We need to integrate gender equity more in climate policies so that it would get more inclusive, ensure that climate policies and initiatives provide equal opportunities for women, recognizing their vital role in green economies. Incorporating gender consideration will enhance community resilience and improve outcome for all. Dr. Shafkat just alluded these capacities to be enhanced. These capacities are the threshold capacity, the coping capacity, the recovery capacity, adaptive capacity, and the transformative capacity. In order to build these capacities, we need to have whole of system, whole of community, whole of society approach so that no one is left behind. Let me just summarize this whole pre-COP session with one line, that is, in order to establish climate justice, we need to not only look into this global climate injustice, but we need to make sure that we are dealing or coping with the national climate injustice as well, where the Pakistan's national north, there is a development difference between Pakistan's north and Pakistan's south. So we need to have local solutions as well. With this, thank you so much. Over to you, Zainab, and over to you, Dr. Post.
Yes, please.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sitting here as the representative of the German government who is financing and mandating GIZ to undertake useful activities like this year, and therefore my GIZ colleagues were preparing some nice closing remarks for me. Now I give you an alternative. I can read down these closing remarks in a smooth way, or you can get some honest personal feedback from my side, spontaneously prepared here on what I've heard here in the afternoon. I guess you're gonna go for the second way, even if it's might get a
Speak
bit
from
more
your
pain,
heart.
a bit more painful for both sides, maybe for both sides. I will not spare with self-criticism also. I don't know if I'm the only donor representative here in the today. I am. Okay. Then let me nevertheless first start with 2 points before I go into the real matter. First, we as the Germans can say that we have some experience here with climate change and support for fight against climate change together with our friends and partners from Pakistan. Germany with currently 26 projects and more than 500 million euros as project volume in technical and financial assistance is probably one of the biggest bilateral supporters of Pakistan when it comes to climate resilience. And I found here in my speech the term package. And I remember somebody was referring to repackaging aid. And let me tell you, I'm an absolute opponent to repackaging. And one of the worst examples for that, and this is personal now, was the flood conference in early 2023, where most of the money was repackaged. And I was explicitly against that. But after a while, honestly, there was a dynamic coming in. More and more donor colleagues repackaged. And apparently the Pakistani government appreciated this repackaging because figures became higher and higher with that. And then the political success which they could sell in the public became bigger and bigger. So I'm against that. And I think we should avoid it. Clear message from my side on that. Second, I will not forget to thank organizers here, and especially for bringing together all these experts. With this, we of course hope to strengthen, even with this blunt and direct style, of course, we hope to strengthen a whole of government and whole of society approach to addressing all these impacts from, all these really bad impacts from climate change to Pakistan. Now, originally, I should have listed up now the 3 outcomes, but you have done so already in an excellent manner. So I will concentrate myself on 3 feedbacks. First, feedbacks: huge expectations and huge promises vis-a-vis the COP reality. And I mean, I don't have to go very much into that, be it trillions, be it even 100 billions. This, in my view, in this current world, is not realistic. And we can, of course, and we should, of course, go on fighting for it. But when you see, like, for instance, in Germany's case, Germany is in a budgetary crisis. And Germany, of course, even if we stick to the 100 billion per year, one can easily calculate about how much would be on the shoulders of Germany. And to say it honestly, I don't know where it comes from, where it should come from, because I mean, you should not kill the cow who gives the milk. German economy is in deep trouble. There need to be a lot of reforms. Also a lot of investments in new infrastructure, and somebody has to pay that. So. And I'm sure I should look at the debt level of the United States and others. So let's stay realistic there. Second, nevertheless, that's the second. How did I call it? The second one: financial access to existing resources. This has to be reformed. I absolutely agree. this has to do also a lot with multilateral development banks and the promised reform of these multilateral development banks. And I'm sure if my very good friend Najib Benassin, World Bank director, he would sit here, he would probably almost kill me now for what I'm saying. But these reforms are not going far enough, and the best example for that is grants. Multilateral development banks, from the principal structure they are organized in, are saying that they are not able to give grants. Only if there's a special fund, but that fund has then to extra financed by donors again, and with the current constitution organization of these banks, there might be some truth in it, but then we have to think courageously and have to get to a courageous reform. The bilateral German financial cooperation implemented by the German development KfW has been, for the last, I would say, 5 years or so, 6 years or so, only organized in form of grants. On the one side, that sounds good. On the other side, you have to be also realistic there. The grant volume as such is much lower than a loan volume could be, but it's only grants. And we have to get to reforms in this context, especially in the context of multilateral development banks, with view of this huge debt challenge here, the severe debt situation we have in Pakistan. I don't see any sense that World Bank, ADB, and others are pouring more and more loans into this country. Partly not. I know they are partly concessional conditions, but there are other loans with regular conditions, with regular interest rates, and that is piling up Pakistan's debt challenge more and more and more. And there has to be a rethinking in direction of grants, in direction of other innovative instruments, like also debt swaps. I mean, this, I should not say this in public because it's very, very new, but Germany is currently very definitely exploring the potential of debt swap vis-a-vis Pakistan, bilateral debt swap regarding our development bank. So first that. Second, regarding access to finance the private sector. Yes, the private sector is absolutely indispensable, maybe even much more important than public funds, be them domestic or international, in this context. But for opening up this country to like big, also international insurance companies, and I know that because I started my career in the insurance business. I almost became employee of the Munich Re, the world biggest reinsurance company that is deeply engaged in disaster finance worldwide and is doing a lot of research on that. But one part of this is then now also in the responsibility of Pakistan itself to create favorable investment conditions for foreign investors, and including foreign insurances. And there's a lot to be done still on the Pakistani side. I'm not going into detail there. I only signal the situation right now is about to worsen instead of to improve. And last but not least, I mean, when it comes to finance, in this case, domestic finance, Pakistan is, when it comes to the ranking of tax collection, especially among the big industry, Pakistan, I think, is last globally, with a tax rate underneath 10%. That has to be changed. There is a lot of financial potential for the government to lift, especially also for climate change work. In this context, also, somebody said somebody was mentioning the capacity gaps. And this context of the big international funds like GCF. I know GCF has a very complex setting regarding applying for financial support, and maybe too complex. No question about that. But on the other side, I have to say, and I know this from my work here in Islamabad. The German corporation via GIZ has or is trying to support the Pakistani government in building up capacities for accessing these loans, like in our cooperation with MOCC. Others like UK, I think, is doing the same with the Ministry of Finance. Honestly, but from the Pakistani side, there's a clear lack of strategic approach. There is this ministry and that. There's this ministry called MOF. There's that ministry, MOCC. Then we have also MEA, who is also setting up its own unit. I mean, there has to be a consistent strategic approach to build up a strong government unit, a strong government department for collecting and maintaining the know-how to approach these complex international funds. And that is totally lacking. Even worse, the part of the people we trained 3-4 months later, they are somewhere else in another department, and the whole capacity work got lost. And this is not, I mean, this is self-made, this problem there. And that has to be changed. Now, last but not least, I'm quoting Mrs. Aisha Khan, who she left because she absolutely rightly said, do not blame everything on climate change. Or to become, on the contrary, become more proactive yourself, more pro-climate yourself, more pro-nature, more pro-environment. So, I mean, honestly, I might be shocking you now, and I have a lot of experience with like Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and other Asian countries, Latin American countries, etc. I've never seen such a plastic polluted country like Pakistan. Never. First. Second, you are currently giving your best to try to become the global leader in air pollution. When you've seen the air pollution levels of the last days in Lahore, nowhere else in the world did we have such devastating. I know there's part of it coming over from India, okay, but nevertheless, it's a shame. And additionally, now coming back to climate change in this context, domestic climate adaptation, there have been actually in some part of these really severely hit areas, especially in the mountains like northern KP and then GB, there have been installations, there have been structures built in former years against really bad consequences from flooding, etc. But these structures had been poorly maintained, and that is why they did not do their job anymore. Same with now I cannot write my scripture anymore. But I think it's enough now. Only to say in our joint fight against climate change, a lot of your criticism is absolutely correct, and we as the developed countries should show some more self criticism, but overall we all should also become more realistic, and including that I would like to see also some more engagement from the side of the developing countries. There are a lot of damages that we, but especially also you, could have avoided in the last years with a better proactive, preemptive engagement in this context. Sorry for these open and blunt words. I hope I did not offend anybody. But in this context, I think it does not make sense to send out another wave of nice and whatever words. I think with openness and constructive criticism, self-criticism, and innovative forward thinking, we progress much faster than only with diplomatic nice gestures. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faust. And indeed, thank you for being, so candid about your thoughts. And you're absolutely correct. I think with open-mindedness, we need to tackle the issue of climate change, and blame game never works. It's not going to give us any solution. And plus, we do understand the fact that we need to put our own house in order first. So, but Germany is indeed supporting us and at so many fronts. And thank you for taking the narrative of, the context of financing and providing support, not just financing support, but Germany is also providing us with technical capacity building support at provincial level, at federal level, and there's so many programs going on. And I think this is the SpeechStep initiative is one of the great initiatives that we have in our country, and we are really thankful to the German government for this initiative. Please give them a round of applause for supporting Pakistan at so many fronts. Thank you. And with this, Ms. Sobia, only if you have to make any comments, last comments. Thank you.
The very last comment for today is to thank everyone. My deepest appreciation for the wonderful conversations, for your energy, for your time, and for the ideas that you've shared with us. I would like to thank Dr. Sebastian Faust, Dr. Shafkat Munir, the wonderful colleagues at STPI. Thanks very much, everyone. Have a great evening.
Tea served, please. We'd love you all to join us at tea, and let's do the networking. Thank you.